Hello and welcome to the Circuit de la Sarthe here on GSRC. We are now beginning our coverage of the Majors 24 third split. The next 4 hours, myself, Joe Peak, along with Adam Lindgren and Michael Johnson will bring you the coverage of this split in this 11 split race. We've also got Ryan Bauer as our director with Dougie Beard, as always, on cameras. We are 10 hours in to this event, and it has certainly been eventful out here. If we take a look at the top 5 of each class, unfortunately, starting with the LMP1s, it's not really a top 5. We've got SimHQ Motorsports Orange leading the way. They've got Paul Hale in that number 16 car right now. They actually recently inherited the lead, and they're a full lap ahead of the next car back. Wasted NRG 674 is the next one down. With Brian Boomsma in that car. They also recently inherited that spot because the big story, moments before we came live, well, the hardcore green racing car was in third. Now, PCF Racing Neon is in third. So I guess we'll get to my story point here in a second. PCF Racing Neon, with Martin Steinhilber is in that number 919 machine, just past the fourth place car. The last of our drivers in the LMP1s that are still running the hardcore green by Linz, and suddenly they pop back into third, so we must be having some sort of timing glitch. This is very strange. Apologize on that one. But hardcore green had a wreck into the wall of the Ford chicane on their own, just spun it, and have since been trying to take repairs. They've popped out of the pits multiple times, hoping that the repairs would allow the car to continue on, but it was not handling the way that was safe. They brought it back into the pits a few times, and we'll see if they ever eventually get back out, or if we're down to 3 of our LMP1s. Adam, I believe you've got the top 5 in the LMP2s.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Safety Car Racing Team in the lead of the LMP2s, the number 7 driven by Didier Duchateau at the moment. Right now, just chasing down Ben Woods, going past Ben Woods, 12th in the GTEs as they come out of the Porsche curves and go into the Ford chicane. The Safety Car Racing Team has a full lap over IPM Red as Safety Car Racing comes into the pits for their latest pit stop. IPM Red, on the other hand, in second position in the 693 machine, driven by Andreas Hauser. Andreas Hauser a lap behind and is going to regain that lap, get back onto the lead lap, passing the Safety Car Racing Team right now is in the pits, so they're back onto the lead lap, about 3 minutes behind at this point, 3.5 minutes. We go back to third position, only about 27 seconds behind, Valkyrie by Garage Declerc, by Garage Declerc. That's Michael M. Meyer in the 577 machine in third position for those LMP2s, and he's also going to come into the pits, so another lap down from the Safety Car Racing Team drivers, but still in good position should anything happen to Safety Car Racing Team. Then in fourth, it's Asymmetric Team with Andy Hansen driving that machine, the number 61. Andy Hansen is also on the same lap as IPM Red and Valkyrie by Garage Declerc, and trying to make their way. They're not coming to the pits this time. They're going to go around another time, just like IPM Red. And then in fifth position, it is Occitan's Racing Esports Black with Gaetan Bettini driving that machine, the number 13 machine in the fifth position. They're also on the same lap as IPM Red, Asymmetric, and Valkyrie, and they're coming to the pits as well. All right, Michael, why don't you take us to the GTE top 5 letters?
Well, right now in GTE, we have Project Dynamic Green, piloted by Nico Kexel, holding on to the lead, doing quite a nice job out there. But it's a little bit of Ford versus Ferrari right now, because while Nico is in a Ford, behind him, not too far back, about 50 seconds, is Ray Kingsbury in the Penguin RC Simulation Ferrari 488 GTE. These guys have been going back and forth as much as they can. It is a long race, though, so don't put anything out. There's not much of a gap at this point in the race when you're looking at only 50 seconds. Now, a little bit behind there, not that far back, is going to be Michael Maniszewski in Sport Support Racing, but they are in a Corvette. So we've got 3 manufacturers represented across the top. And if you go back to 4th place, well, we've got yet another manufacturer in the Porsche. It's going to be WS Racing Esports 220, and that's Tobias Kirschenbauer piloting that machine as we watch him coming up under that Toyota hybrid bridge, getting his way into the last part of the lap. Now behind him, it's going to be Andrew Gomez in the Valorious Motorsports Hermes machine, and that is going to be our first double. So now we've got a Corvette, 2 Corvettes in the top 5. So 1 Porsche, 1 Ford, 1 Ferrari, and 2 Corvettes in the top 5 of the GTE class.
There's the situation for the top of your 3 different classes. Now, they have had 1 full course caution so far in this split. Obviously, this is a bit of a unique one with the majors utilizing full course cautions. However, the top split, of course, runs them manually with the traditional 3 different pace cars. But this is done the usual iRacing way with a single pace car when they have them, and it is all handled in the sim itself with nobody dealing with any of that from the live steward. So as we see more cars heading into pit lane, I think this is one of our LMP2s. This is Paul Hale. No, this is one of the LMP1s. This is our LMP1 leader. SimHQ Motorsports Orange are in and taking their most recent stop of the day. Paul's been sharing that car with Will Woodland, Nolan Kinslow, and Mike Grimshaw. It looks like up to this point you are allowed up to 8 drivers on a team if you so want it out here. It looks like they're using at least half of their available spots that they can. As we head over to the leader in the LMP2s, Duchateau, just taking over a little bit of lap traffic as he comes up to the forward chicane.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's worth mentioning the teams that are no longer running in this race. Now, when we left the pro split, we had all the teams running. I know that they've had a couple of DNFs in split 2, but in split 3, we've had quite a few. Starting with, well, we'll start with them as in order of they finished most recent to least recent, and that is Wannabe SRT Carbon is the first driver out. That's a GTE team. Another GTE team is Race Anywhere SimSport 057, unfortunately out of this race. Then we got the Alpenstars Geodesic Racing Black Machine. The number 22 is LMP1, along with NSR Blue SimPerformance.dk, another LMP1 machine that is currently out. ATK SimRacing, a GTE machine, out, as well as 2 more LMP1s in Aquiver Motorsports Midland and Scrubs Racing. Then our only LMP2 to be out of this race, Apex Tech Racing. We got another LMP1 of Torque Freak Racing by Carrot, and then 2 more GTEs, Twisted Racing Red and Planet Earth C137. And that makes up 10 cars that are currently DNF from this race.
And on screen, we're watching one of the few battles that are relatively close. This is for 7th in the LMP2s. Valkyrie by Garage de Klerk is leading the quality control racing number 69. Tysers currently in that number 69 machine, and he is within 0.3 of a second. It has actually closed in since our cameras first turned here. So it looks like he's got decent pace that he could try and make something of this. This has got to be certainly a bright spot, Michael, with how spread out things are at this phase of the race, to at least have something to focus on.
It is actually kind of nice, especially at night, to have a similarly paced car, even slightly slower, sometimes slightly faster, in front of you, because this becomes a white line fever. You get out there and it's like, where am I? A lot of this track looks very similar as we watch the LMP1 work its way around that LMP2 car there. It's a long straightaway. Mulsanne just doesn't seem to stop, and it is very easy to get lost. It's very easy to forget, did I go through the first chicane like we're watching right here, or am I coming up to the second? Which side of the road am I supposed to be on? And having that little trail of taillights in front of you, as well as the headlights of the car in front of you, lighting it up a bit farther down, is a really nice feature of being a little bit back from there.
Yeah, and that actually was a pass for position, so looks like Andy has managed to get himself into 7th, as Elter did not fight that very hard. They come into the second chicane now, which has certainly been clogged up by a lot of marbles at this stage. Drivers probably not wanting to get offline nearly as much as they did early in this event. A little more traffic that you can see ahead and behind of our cars. But of 49 starters, we've lost a fair few, and it's becoming more and more lonely in the dead of night here in France, Adam.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really easy to actually lose, as you were talking about, Michael, it's easy to lose focus. It's also easy to just get yourself distracted, start thinking about other things. When I start running these late night stints in iRacing, I actually tend to put on music to keep myself focused, because otherwise my thoughts tend to drift to other places, and I start to just drive on autopilot. And while a certain amount of that is actually good because it keeps you consistent and fast, and you're not thinking about nailing the apexes, you're just letting your body go through the motions, which tends to actually make you faster. At the same time, if you let that happen too much, then you run into what you said, Michael, about possibly approaching the wrong corner the wrong way.
Yeah, or that white line fever comes in every. I just text. That's what I do. I just text my friends when I'm on the Mulsanne. I'm just kidding. I don't text anyone when I'm racing. I don't text anyone when I'm driving.
Yeah,
that was a joke,
kids.
Well, holding on to the back, at least for a little bit, looks like Greg has now started to drop off. I wonder if he's going to lose the slipstream here through the Porsche curves. Oh, maybe not, because Andy's caught up to Morelli, who's one of our GT cars. That'll slow him up, and that'll keep the 577 a little bit more in touch here. It's going to be mostly about trying to retain some of that slipstream. We've seen each of the classes have to use that a lot, but that was awkward down through the Ford chicane there, as Giuseppe didn't seem to really be interested in pulling completely out of the way by the time they entered that double chicane, and that cost that 577 a fair bit. We're instead now sitting with the car behind, and so it's becoming a battle for instead of a battle for 7th, now a battle for 8th, as the Blue Chew America's black car with Christopher Camiller is getting within a second, it seems.
Yeah, this is starting to get pretty close here. I would expect to see a pass. Now, one thing to realize is passes are not generally going to be that last-minute dive into a corner. Everybody out here knows this is a 24-hour race. If you try to stuff the car into a corner, you're going to stuff your race. You really have to be patient on these long races like this.
And there's still so much left to go. Yes, we're getting close to the halfway, but 12 hours of racing, 13 and some change really at this point is a lot where it could happen. A lot of stuff can go down. Got to go by one of the Fords currently. That's Tomoki Gurushi and Team Bocci. The number 41 just going to let him by quite easily. And the other thing, Adam, too, that I guess it'd be a good idea to try and stay aware is here in the night, the headlights between the LMP2s and the LMP1s, not always easy to distinguish.
No, not at all. It's not, they don't have any difference in the headlights in the same way that they have going on in, say, the WEC series. So it's not easy to distinguish just from within the car whether or not it's an LMP1 or LMP2 coming to pass you. So that's why it's good to have either a spotter or crew chief software or some sort of color-coded relative that can help you decipher that. But yeah, we're taking a look on board right now with Paul Hale, who's currently leading this race in the Sim HQ Motorsports Orange. Now, he mentioned that he inherited that position from the Hardcore Green team. The Hardcore Green team having a spin coming through the Porsche curves. And that's actually what ended up causing that incident. But P8 in the LMP2 is changing hands as Elter falls to Camelier. Once again, the 114 making progress. I think Elter's carrying a little bit of damage. It doesn't make sense for him to be so much slower on the straightaways such that he's losing contact there.
Unfortunately, he's in a bit of the dark right now. He is getting lit up slightly now from behind, and I'm trying to check what I can. The best lit spot is on that front stretch, so we might not really get a clear view until he gets to there to really try and inspect the car. But he'll know best exactly how that thing is handling. And he is coming into the Porsche curve, so it looks like we will, maybe in about a minute here, get a nice little picture of what exactly happened to that machine, if anything. 577 might simply be trying to log the laps. And Greg also recently took over the car. He's been in there once before, Adam, but maybe he's not as confident in how it's handling, or maybe he just doesn't have the same pace as some of his teammates.
Yeah, I know I tend to be the slow poke on the teams that I race on, to be honest with you. But that being said, I'm pretty consistent. So consistency goes a long way when it comes to a endurance race. So I would expect that if Greg is their red-eye driver, then you can expect some good consistency out of him, even if he's not super quick. And I've driven on a lot of teams where you put in 3 stints of consistent slowness, but then you get a faster driver in that takes off and spins it into the wall, and at that point you can't really be that concerned about about being that slow, considering the fact that the car was still running when you came into the pits. So Greg just plugging along at this point.
Sounds like we had a change down in the GTEs. What's going on down there, Michael?
Well, it looks like Kirshner was about done with his drive time and decided to come on in. He had just passed to almost unlap himself. He had passed the 3rd place car currently being driven by Michael Maniszewski, the Sportsofort Racing. But he had just gotten around him, then brought it into the pits, and they have had a driver change. Right now, Sapini is in the car. He has just gotten out of the pits. Looks like he is headed down the Mulsanne Straight right now.
Yep, this is the view of those drivers getting that moment to relax before they have to head into the first chicane. And then they'll get another long stretch before they get to the second chicane. Of course, the first chicane recently renamed to Daytona in a sign of solidarity with Daytona International Speedway, who renamed their bus stop chicane to Le Mans. And as we watch them come through the first part of the Dunlop curve, this is Schettino. Pietro currently running 16th, a little farther down. Another one of our few cases of drivers being close enough to have a little bit of a fight. That is Chen for the High G SimRacing 183.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a signal there from Schettino to try and signal to Chen that he wants to come through. But I think the best opportunity is going to be right here on the straightaway. So Schettino waiting to get onto the straight. Chen doesn't want to give this up, and we've got 3rd place Martin Steilhelber making his way through in the LMP1. So here we go with the move from Schettino, diving to the inside.
It's not over. He's going to have to outbrake him, and they got a car making it 3 wide briefly.
Brian Boomsma, 2nd position in the LMP1s. He has to go straight on as Schettino outbroke himself.
I don't think anybody hit anything.
Nope.
I think we got away lucky on that one. Great heads up by all involved. Boomsma took to the runoff. He's unfortunately gotten a slowdown, of course, but he managed to work his way through the tire chicane. We're going to take one more look at it from on board. So easy to lose track of things, not just at night here, Michael, but when you're in the midst of a battle like that. My goodness.
Yeah, it was interesting because of the 3 wide situation. He was expecting 2 wide, and there was a little pinch down, you see, which is perfectly normal. But when that 3rd car came through, I think it kind of caught everybody off guard.
Right. I'm so glad that we didn't lose another car in any of that, and all 3 of them able to carry on, especially that 674, which really would have put us down to only 2 of our LMP1s left. It does look like PCF Racing Neon is pretty much back out there and rolling. For a brief while, they had to take some extensive repairs, about 6.5 minutes stationary a few laps ago, and are still now on their way. Now, the 17 car is still missing, but they are not officially scored as retired yet. So we'll try and keep abreast on whether or not they have put the garage door down and called it a day here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Meanwhile, on screen, I think this is one of our LMP1s right here that we're watching. Of our podium that remains here on the track, coming up to what looks like one of our Fords.
Yeah, and Michael, you were noticing that Penguin RC Simulation currently leading in the GTE class. Project Dynamic Green came into the pits a lap ago to take that pit stop for Nico Kexel. Ray Kingsbury in the Penguin RC Simulation car inherited the lead, but still owes us a pit stop.
Yeah, still owes us a pit stop, but I'm taking a look at that gap. That is opening up. They are over 8 seconds right now. It was probably 6 seconds on the previous lap. Now, they seem to be running similar lap times, but these guys are actually going to be running kind of hammer and tongs. 8 seconds is really tight, especially in the GTE class. So I am curious what's going to happen here. I think once we get through that pit stop rotation, we should see some changes in the lead order. But right now in that Ford versus Ferrari battle, Ferrari is taking the lead.
Yeah, but I think they're on lap, looks like 12 or so of the stint, so they've only got a handful left here for that 03 car, and they'll be in pretty soon. Meanwhile, looks like we might get a change for third in the LMP2s as Asymmetric with Andy Hansen currently behind the wheel has the headlights of Ryan Hamilton suddenly barreling into his mirrors. And, oh, well, that's going to make it nice and easy because Hansen's going to pit and Hamilton does not.
Yeah, I was wondering whether or not Hansen needed some tires because his lap times have been not super great. The last lap was a 3:33 to Hamilton's 3:28. So definitely time for a pit stop for the asymmetric number 61 machine for sure.
Looks like he found his way into pit lane nice and easy. Got to be careful about that pit entry here. I know I've gotten penalties for that unsafe pit entry a number of times in competition, trying to get a team together and make it through these 24 hours. But up and over the crests, and oh, that was a bit of a moment with whatever Ferrari that was in front of, I think that was Hamilton. We were still watching there for a moment.
Yeah, that was kind of wiggly.
This is a pass for sixth position in the LMP2s. That is quality racing, control racing of Andy Teichhurst going around Team Challenge Racing's Julian Orozco. So good move there from Teichhurst to get by. And yeah, there's still decent racing going on in this LMP2 class for sure, even though the lead is still at 11 laps.
And of course, the cautions will change everything here, as that can mess up with your pit strategy. Drivers have to watch out for that, not just for when it might be advantageous to pit during the caution, but we saw, I believe it was in split 2, Michael, where some drivers had to basically swallow a penalty because the caution came out right when they needed to pit and the pits were closed.
Yeah, that gets to be pretty frustrating, especially if you're really low on fuel. You can only do so much with switching your fuel mixture. I mean, of course, you can turn it down. So we see a little side-by-side action there in between classes. You always have to be aware of who's around you. That's not good to see something like that. But back to the point, when those pit lights close, you have to call it a day. You got to make it back around. And now you might want to go ahead and just take the penalty because that's a lot better than sitting in the middle of the track with no fuel in your car. And these things really do drink a lot of fuel going around this track because it's so much time at wide open throttle.
It is indeed. And that's why so many of them just simply had to come in and be sent to the end of the line due to entering a closed pit. Orozco, who we're riding on board with, was the one that had that moment with, I believe it was Sportsafort number 35, Michael Manzaszewski in that machine, coming off of the Mulsanne hairpin and now heading towards Indianapolis, carrying on after that little bit of a scare. 214's trying to chase down Teichhurst, who we were talking about a little bit earlier, the number 69 quality control racing car out there ahead of him. Not too far ahead. It's about 2.5 seconds right now.
Yeah, but that gap is growing as quality control is lapping about 2 seconds faster than Team Challenge Racing at the moment. So Expecting that gap to keep growing as we're watching another battle in the LMP2s. There's lots of good action in the LMP2s for sure. This is 15th and 16th. This is High G Sim Racing, tuningmods.com with Shuang Chen, and North Sim Racing White with Pietro Schettino. Remember, Pietro is the one who had that spin off of the final corner, so trying to recover, and alongside Shuang Chen, not really willing to give this up, but also not willing to challenge into the braking zone.
He let that one happen pretty easily. Oh, that's way deep. Did Schettino actually hit the wall there, or did he get lucky? It looked like he may have just glanced it, but he still retains the spot. Going to check on my screen to see if he actually did touch at all.
And Kingsbury's in, Michael.
Kingsbury is in. Now we can watch to see what happens with this. There was enough of a gap that I think Kexel retakes the lead. But what happens with Maniszewski? Maniszewski is still back there and not that far off. If I take a look at what's going on with that Corvette is also coming into the pits. Schwarzofort is actually in the pits right behind them. That's Michael Maniszewski again. So let's see how this pit rotation goes along, because that puts our P2 and P3 into the pits close behind each other, and Project Dynamic Green with Nico Kexel at the wheel takes back off into first place of our GTE class.
By the way, I can confirm Schettino did glance the wall, but it was very, very light, so probably got away with that. But boy, was that one close for them. Seeing them come out of the Porsche curves, and how about heading back into the Porsche curves here? Maybe, no, actually this might be Indianapolis. Schettino, yeah, and he's still fighting with Chen, who is trying to come back at him and heading into Arnage. Now Shuang really wants to get a nice exit here.
Yeah, Shuang Chen, though, both of them have been struggling. They've been out-braking each other into both of the Mulsanne corners, so no surprise there. The two drivers up ahead of them are in the pits right now. ART Sim Racing 1 and sorry, it was Netcode, both in the pits at the moment. Sorry, it was Netcode, one of the best team names we've seen in quite a while. So yeah, very fantastic name for a team right there. But these guys are not going to be close enough to catch those guys in the pits. And they're not at the beginning of their stints either, to be honest with you. So North Sim Racing White on an 8-lap stint right now, and High G Sim Racing tuningmods.com behind them on 6 laps. So expect to see them into the pits the next, well, at least North Sim Racing, expect them in the pits next 3 to 4 laps.
We're in the dead of the night here at Circuit de la Sarthe. It's 1:42 a.m. virtual standard time. But of course, everybody around the world has their own time zone. And while the time affects the lighting here, everybody's awareness, their alertness is affected by where they're racing from and what their sleep schedule is. So hopefully everybody's managed to put somebody in that is able to handle this period of time of the race. Coming out onto Tertre Rouge here, the 43. Now speeding onto the Mulsanne straight, and along they go. Able to put the foot down to the floor and get as much speed as they can for a brief moment. Trying to pick up a little bit of the slipstream right now. Trying to chase down the car of Reinbout, and that is for position. So this is for 13th now. Schettino overtaking the 183, getting ready to try and overtake the 43, and that is a nice little bonus for them if they can get 2 cars within maybe 4 or 5 laps.
They'll have to give up the time, though, Michael, because they are about 2 laps away from their next pit stop. But that being said, getting the draft off of ART Sim Racing 1, I mean, that's a huge benefit to your time. Especially considering the fact that your other option was going solo. But here we go, Brian Boomsma passing these guys on the left right now. Boomsma, the driver who narrowly avoided an incident with a couple of our further back teams as well in the LMP2s, but there is Schettino making the pass.
Well, there it is. Another one down for them, and we've had 2 drivers in the LMP2 class pit in just now, Orozco and Ticehurst. That's the 214 car and the 69 car. So they're taking what looks like regular service, but many others are carrying on past them. It looks like these two might be on a different fuel strategy because all those around them, save for a couple, look to be on 7 laps into their stint. So we'll have to try and track down what switched that up between about half of the LMP2 fields. Meanwhile, we continue to watch the fight here a little bit farther back for that 13th position.
Yeah, taking a look at these guys, this is actually not a bad position to be in. If you can get yourself into a little group of people driving and you're... so, no, we're not friendly on track per se, but less unfriendly, and you can work together just a little bit. You can save a lot of fuel. You get into these draft trains, and you can do some lift and coast. You can use a lot less fuel and maybe extend. And when you're this far back, I mean, we're back in 4th and 5th right now. This can help these folks get up to a higher position and work their way up to the podium a lot easier than people may understand.
We saw a lot of fuel saving and a lot of bump drafting in the top split. And by the way, if you are just joining us, this is the 3rd split that we're watching right now here of the Majors 24. But I'm not seeing a whole lot of that in this one nearly as much. I'm curious if this is just because it's spread out so much between the various drivers, or if it's just the level of competition. Everybody's trying to steal that edge up in the top split compared to here.
Yeah, it definitely is the way that I've seen it, Michael, is that the top split tends to be full of people trying very hard to take as much edge as they can. Down a couple splits, you get to drivers who are just looking to get to those final couple hours, then they'll turn on the wick.
Yeah, turning up the wick at that last hour and a half, maybe. Hour and a half is where it really happens. You just got to hold on at this point. We're on board right now with Nico Kexel. He is the leader in that Project Dynamic green car in the GTE class, driving the Ford GTE. We're back to Ford versus Ferrari, and it is Ford leading Ferrari at the moment, although Ray Kingsbury, while he's 45 seconds back, he is trying to close this up as best he can. Now, you can see on the wheel there what kind of times we've got this particular car driving. He's cooking along pretty good. He's running easy 46, maybe a high 45 here and there, but easy 46s, 47s, really in a good groove. And I got to tell you, an outside look at this car gives you a beautiful view, although inside is pretty dynamic as well. But I love the way they've done the lighting on the Fords.
Try to make them as real to life as possible. Sadly, don't get to see these race out in the real world anymore. And to me, honestly, one of the most beautiful GT cars to come out in recent years.
Oh yeah,
in endurance racing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, full agreement here in the booth. Everybody loves the lighting on this Ford. I think they did an amazing job. Just a little LED strip up under there gives it a nice kind of highlight to those sponsors on the side of the car.
I'm sure it makes it a lot easier to spot too, for fans and for other cars out there, which is a nice little bonus. But he's going to send it into the Dunlop chicane. Our leader, as we mentioned, looks like he's far ahead, but differing strategies between the 712 and the 03. This is lap 5 of the stint for Project Dynamic Green. Penguin RC Simulation only on their first lap of the stint. So they're going to swap back and forth. What it really will come down to is who winds up ahead when we get to the last lap of the race, and how the fuel all plays into that. Coming out onto the Mulsanne one more time, Nico Kexel. He's been sharing that car with Gilles LeBlanc, and it looks like Daniel Sumner. I say Andreas Lind has also been in there, and Tommy Michael Unhola. And that is it of those who have been jumping in. Flashing the lights a little bit. I'm not sure. I don't think there's anybody in front of... No, there's nobody in front of him. So I wonder if he's just acknowledging that maybe he knows he's on television right now.
That must be it.
Well, either that guy's, or he has his Discord or TeamSpeak push to talk about into the same button as his flash, which I know some drivers end up doing by accident.
Well, he was weaving back and forth though, so I think he was just kind of... That was a high mom moment for him.
Yeah, it could also be a signal to the approaching car of hey, look, I'm in the middle of something. Please don't come around me. They may not have inter-team radios going on. Usually, well, depending on the league, a lot of leagues put everybody on the same Discord channel or something like that. But I don't know if these guys are going to be on the same channels. They may be in GTE channel and an LMP channel and LMP1 channel, but these guys may need to think of creative ways to communicate, hey, I need this corner, I'll give you the next one.
I believe they do not have them in the same Discord. There is a Majors Discord, but they do not require drivers to all be in there except for the drivers meeting before the race, which is obviously long past. And looks like we got a little bit of a brewing battle in the LMP2s. The last step on the podium could be up for grabs here.
Yeah, this is Valkyrie by Garage Declerc with Greg Elter. After taking that pit stop, not taking that pit stop yet, still falling back a little bit. We got Prestanda Nomad 561 with Ryan Hamilton just off of the pit lane, trying to close in on Elter, and then we've got Boogity Club Racing with Miguel Bento down in 6th position, trying to come on with to these top five drivers. Then we got the Occitans Racing Esports Black with Gaten Bettini in the number 13 machine in 5th position, just at the back of this group for sure.
Can we petition Radio Le Mans to put Darrell Waltrip as a guest for like an hour? Just saying.
Start the race. Honorary starter from
yeah, there you go.
From the comms booth for sure. I mean, yeah, we'll talk to them, see what they can do.
Well, Peter Mackay works with them.
Exactly.
Let's see if Peter can pull some strings or something. But anyways,
was Darrell the one doing the Bathurst race where he went in the car?
That's the infamous interview in the car. Yeah,
that was so incredible.
Well, interesting tie-in, and what made me think of that, honestly, not just the Boogity stuff, but his brother ran here at Circuit de la Sarthe a few times, and endurance racing in general over Europe. Michael Waltrip actually raced in a Ferrari a number of times. I don't believe he does anymore, but it was always amusing to listen to him talk about it in their very southern accent and describe various corners and goings-on in endurance racing.
Yeah, Michael will still drive occasionally at the super speedways, but his racing career is nearing its closure. But yeah, Michael
he does
and
SRX too, I think.
Oh, yeah, he does a lot of SRX. But as far as I can't even say that though, because SRX has got some great drivers and is nationally televised. So I was gonna say top tier nationally televised racing, but looks like we have a pass possibly getting sized up for P4 in the LMP2s. Prestanda Nomad is getting caught by Occitans Racing Esports Black, so this could be a pass that's getting set up here. Bettini a little bit slow off of Mulsanne 2, but Hamilton got a little bit loose, which allows Bettini to close in a bit.
It certainly looked like he was having trouble over that exit curb, and the 13 car is closing in. Coming up into the braking, he decides not to take it quite here. Maybe he's setting himself up for the run out of the Mulsanne and up towards Gulf and Indianapolis. Now, that was a very poor exit out of Bettini, rather.
Absolutely no respect for the cones, Michael. None at all.
No, this is not autocross. You can hit the cones. And it's kind of encouraged, I think, a little bit. I don't drag it down the street with you, but you can hit the cones. It's not a 2-second penalty, as many of our autocross fans will recognize.
Getting right up to him, but again, lifting before they get to Indianapolis. That was probably a pretty wise choice. This is Battaglia, who is going to stay off to the left-hand side for both of them, but it's a big compromise for Bettini, who loses time once again. A little flashing of the lights from Diego, waving them on by. And Gaetan maybe just waiting to try and find the most advantageous time that does not risk the car here, since he does have so much time and seems to have somewhat better pace in that 561.
Yeah, and this kind of patience is exactly what you need at this stage of the race. There's no hurry getting past. I know they've lost 2 seconds to Greg, but Bettini will make that back up. they're in the top 5. This is a great result at the moment, so there's no reason to put heavy pressure on to Ryan Hamilton to risk the car at this stage in the race. You've still got 13 hours and 20 minutes to go, and especially when it's your in lap, why risk it?
Indeed, yeah. There you see him heading down into pit lane right now. Elter pits at the same time. That was a little ways up the road in the Valkyrie Garage de Klerk car. So both of them ready to get their service. Overall, though, because of the problems we've had with so many of the LMP1s, these cars that are pitting right now are eighth. They're both within the top 10, so 9th and 10th currently, and it looks like Lamoureux is going to be overtaking the car for Gaetan. So he is going to pop into that thing and get back out. It's no wonder it's been since lap 135 that Bettini has been out there. They're on lap 175 right now.
That's a long stint.
Yeah. And that's...
Tired just thinking about it.
That's late at night over in Europe, I think. Yeah. I'm seeing Lamoureux hailing from France, and Bettini also. Actually, the entire team is hailing from France. So this is a home race for them.
Yeah, somewhat. This is not exactly the same course everyone might be used to if they're actual racers there. The Bugatti course is what you see more often in the home theater of racing. But this is the big race, and this actually gets out on public roads. This right here, what we're watching, this portion of the track is, I believe, yeah.
Yep.
I think that is, yeah, this is public road. This is where people drive every day, going to work, going to the market, going to whatever that bar was right there. So yeah, there's plenty of driving by normal cars.
Yeah, going to KFC, you know.
Yeah, there is a KFC right back there.
I love that iRacing even put that one down to a T. But yeah, no, and honestly, to my point earlier, as far as iRacing goes, this is for the time being their home track, because until we get Magny Core, which we are not sure if we're getting at this build, this is the only French track right now on iRacing. But that should be changing quite soon. I'm looking forward to seeing Magny Core join the likes of many other circuits. Meanwhile, we are on board with Christopher the Blue Chew for the Blue Chew America Black, number 114. This is the battle for 6th position in the LMP2s.
Yeah, good battle for them. As Andy Corsa has been out there for 5 laps. Blue Chew America's Black with Christopher Camelier has been out there for 7 laps. So these guys both in the middle of their stints. So this is a genuine race for position for them. Interestingly enough, Andy Corsa was a minute in the box, so took tires last time. Christopher Camelier, who's making the move right now, was only in his box for 34 seconds, so did not take tires last time. So pass from older tires, so very interesting, just little dynamics between these cars and these drivers and these teams over the course of this race, as we're in the dead of night right now, 1:57 a.m. virtual standard time, and our leader is in Paul Hale.
So yeah, that makes sense. He was I think about on lap 10 or 11, the number 16 car. And if you're going to double stint tires, Michael, I would assume now is probably the best time for that, because the track temperature compared to at least how it started in the top split, I'm not sure what it started here in split 3, but it's down to 67 Fahrenheit on the track surface. It has cooled tremendously.
Indeed it has, and this is the time you want to double, even triple stint tires, because there's a lot less tire wear when the track is this much cooler. Now the track temperature being that cold, it's about 20 degrees or so Celsius, 19 or 20. So that's really cool. Now the hard part about that is getting new tires up to temperature. So sometimes the thought is, I'll triple stint this set of tires because I don't want to go and try to heat up a set of tires on a track that's really pulling heat away from them.
That's a fair point on that one. I hadn't considered that yet before. As you can see, Camelier back out onto the track once again, and also did not take tires this time either. He's been in the car since lap 158 for that Blue Chew America's Black machine. He took over from Patrick McDaniel at that point, who's been sharing it with Shirazi there, Johan Shirazi, and Dan Neese. Since then, they haven't seen anybody else new hop in the car. We'll try and keep you abreast if they put another fresh face in there later on in the race. Coming down the Mulsanne, picking up incredible speeds here. They trim these cars out amazingly well. And even before getting to this first chicane, it was 204 miles an hour that Christopher was reaching in that LMP2 car. And that's just the LMP2, not to mention the LMP1s.
And the LMP1s can get up to 225 miles an hour before the Mulsannes, depending on how much boost they're using. I've noticed that a lot of the leading teams are not boosting that high on the Mulsanne straights, but are doing so on the shorter chutes. They can get up to 211, 215 miles per hour. But as we're watching Christopher Camillier come around here, he's been lapping 2 seconds a lap faster than Quality Control Racing's Andy Teichers. So I would expect that the Blue Chew America's Black machine to make the pass, if not this lap, then the lap following.
Yeah, seems to be catching quite well at this stage, and all of our LMP2s are now starting to be promoted up a few positions because Hardcore Green still has not returned to the track. I'm starting to wonder if we're going to have to consider them a DNF. They have not officially thrown in the towel, but the 17 car has been missing for many, many minutes now and is starting to be overtaken by the slower classes. So as we follow them up towards Indianapolis, you can just about catch Ticehurst ahead of him there. There he goes, flashing through the screen in the foreground through Indianapolis and now into Arnage. They're split by what looks to be a Ferrari in there with Battaglia and the Union Racing team. Cause a small checkup for Christopher, at least for a corner or two, and now he's on his merry way to try and catch up to fifth.
Yeah, he'll have some work to do to catch up at this point. That holdup from Diego through the Indianapolis sequence has put him down by about a second. So he's got some work to do, but he'll get up there. It's just gonna take another lap or so, and around here with a 24-hour race, a lap or two really doesn't feel like that much time.
Let's not forget, though, the last caution that we had, I believe, double checking on this to see where it was. It was quite some time ago. And yeah, lap 64 or 65 or thereabouts was the last caution that we are aware of in this split. Split number 3 is what you're watching right now.
Yeah, that would have been in the first 4 hours of this race. They had a caution, much like the first stint, to be honest with you.
Indeed. So that means that we could be overdue. Again, it is random when those cautions are thrown. They are obviously manually thrown by live stewards, but from there, iRacing will take over, and they will have to line up behind the official iRacing pace car, and they'll get the usual 3 laps for the pacing to be done before they'll get going racing. But nobody knows except for the live stewards when they are going to happen, and it is not tied to any of the action on the track. It has all been predetermined at random as we ride on board with Gladden. Here, more of our LMP2s trying to give chase. They just overtook the Hardcore Green car, so now up to 13th and 14th overall, but this is for 10th in that class, and they got a little bit of a lapped car being something of a headache for them. EJ Fulner in the Apex Racing ALE is eventually able to get out of the way.
Yeah, it's tough being that GTE car where you're, depending on the series you're racing in, you're sometimes used to being the fastest thing on the track. And right now, they are kind of moving chicanes with the speeds we're looking at out of these various prototypes, the LMP1s, the LMP2s, easily able to reach 200 miles an hour. It's a bit more of a challenge when you get into these GT cars.
Things looking pretty close here. The slipstream's definitely helping along the 39, but the Vulcan SimRacing team is going to break early. Gladden Gonna just try and sit and wait. They're coming upon Kexel, our leader in the GTEs. It looks like Lamoureux is going to easily overtake, but that was a bit of a slow first chicane for Gladden, and he once again drops back.
It looked like he might have been a little bit scared that there was going to be contact between Lamoureux and Kexel, but Lamoureux able to navigate that well. Kexel obviously leading this class, very experienced with navigating all that traffic. But you can see how much quicker Gladden is into the corner. So I think that these corner exits, what he's struggling with, it's not really making much of a difference when it comes to lap time, to be honest.
Yeah, more lap time is really going to be found in a corner exit. Getting into the corner is great when you're trying to defend or attack. But yeah, right here, look at this as they come down into Mulsanne. Just super hard, closes it up beautifully into braking. But then coming off the corner, what happens? He loses everything that he gained in that braking phase.
Yeah, and it's been that yo-yo effect since. Granted, this time it was about 4/10 off the exit of Mulsanne corner. It's coming down quickly. It's a bit of a shorter straight here to Indianapolis. Will he have enough of a straightaway? I don't think so. Yeah, they're coming up to it now. And as they hit the brakes, he's going to have to wait yet again. But time is on the side of the 39 car. As long as he stays out of trouble, he's got the slipstream. And clearly looks like he's got decent paces. He's caught up to the back of the 13 since we first joined this pair. We're getting close to another hour mark soon. Oh, Camillier just pitted in, it looks like. The 114 car is now in.
That's an interesting development as Camillier was not... I don't think they were on the as many laps as asymmetric Andy Corsa up ahead of them. But they're coming to their pits this time by, so clearly on their own strategy. We're currently running lap 178 of a predicted 404 laps for these LMP2s. So just an interesting little tidbit there of the fact that, you know, you think you've done a lot of racing at this point, but you're not even halfway done, guys. Still another 13 hours, 8 minutes to go.
We had a very interesting circumstance a little bit ago. Wasted NRG just unlapped themselves, but when they did so, they were side by side into the second chicane on Mulsanne. And Brian Boomsma, he didn't run Paul Hale off the track, but Paul Hale bailed and went through the shortcut chicane there, through the tire bales. So
smart move, honestly. Yeah. If I were Paul, I would have done the exact same thing. You've got to lead. Hold on to your lead. Take the penalty for that run through. Not a big deal. I am glad to say that is superior heads-up driving for Paul Hale.
And they've got a quicker fastest lap than the SimHQ Motorsports orange machine. I'm trying to get a comparison. I wonder if actually, could we pull up maybe a comparison of lap times between the 16 and the 674? Because I wonder if Wasted NRG is actually catching at a pace quick enough that they could maybe run them down. A full lap to catch up seems like a lot, but they've still got more than half the race to go. And obviously it's a little bit changed by what looks like a pit stop there on lap 191.
Yeah, but still 4 seconds, then, you know, about even, then 8.5 seconds. Yeah. I mean,
we could be looking at traffic problems too. Remember, even getting caught up in an LMP2 train.
But still, that's trending towards being faster by about 3 to 4 seconds a lap. So that means by the end of this pit cycle, well, by the next, if they keep up this pace, it'd take about 4 or 5 pit cycles, so probably another 3 to 4 hours, and then they'll be right on the back of SimHQ Motorsports Orange, providing no drama happens. And I mean, let's be honest, something can happen.
Always. Especially at night here at Circuit de la Sarthe. Now, the other twist in the tail is that they are currently on lap 9 right now. So they are due for a pit stop here very soon, which means they're going to give that lead back. But I think what really the 674 is hoping for right now, or soon, or at least at the right timing, is a caution. When they're on the same lap, that means they're going to get cycled right back around to the tail of the field, and that cuts down on what they have to catch up. in a huge way.
Easy way to make up a lap too. If you just catch the timing right, it is a real godsend. It's a lot less work you have to do later, and it kind of brings the race back to a point where you feel like you might have a better chance, especially when we're looking at the case of Wasted Energy and SimHQ. They're going at it pretty well, and when I look at the best times in those cars, they are really only a couple of tenths apart. So I'm curious what's going to happen with these. And actually, if you want to find an even better time than those two, go to PCF Racing Neon. They've got even slightly another half a tenth or so better on their best lap.
Trying to see when exactly that was. That was quite a few laps ago. It does look like 106 with Martin Steinhilber in the car, right? And that's who's in there right now. So there you go.
Yep.
But it looks like they haven't been even close to that pace in quite some time. They might have some damage on there.
But also 2 laps down. So,
yeah,
especially with the fact that in these lower splits, I mean, even in the top split, there's no wave arounds. But in these lower splits, there's no wave arounds for them to even gain that position, those positions back if a yellow should come out. Because the yellow is controlled by the iRacing pacing system once the yellow flag is thrown. So PCF Racing is going to have to do the work of gaining all that time back on track, or hope for an ill fate for SimHQ Motorsports Orange or Wasted Energy. But speaking of LMP cars, IPM Red of Andreas Hauser is into the pits for his second time of asking since we started the broadcast.
He's been in that car since lap 160. So he comes down to his pit stall. Gonzalo Narcisco was in it before him. Then it was Walter Mendez. And then Hauser had the third stint. Narciso began the race way back when, many hours ago at this stage. But this might be a good time. Yeah, I'd say it's a good time as any to probably go through our top 5 of each class. As Boomsma has now set another fastest lap of the race. The first driver in the race to dip into the 309s. They are absolutely flying right now. Before we get to them, though, let's start with our leader of the race itself in the number 16. Paul Hale, currently in that car, took over for Mike Grimshaw right as we joined this split and started our coverage of split number 3, and is probably trying to simply manage this lead at this stage. Hopefully he's got somebody on the radio to let him know that the car behind him is coming fast, and that car is Brian Boomsma in the Wasted Energy car of the 674. As we mentioned earlier, on quite the pace here today, but they do need to take a pit stop soon, so they're going to have to hand that lap back, and they are hoping for a caution to happen at the right time to really help them out. The last of the LMP ones that is still running, and there are only 3 that are out there currently. It is Martin Steinhilber, I'm going to get that name right, in the 919, as we just mentioned not that long ago, 2 laps away from the nearest car. Not impossible to get back, but certainly going to require a lot of pushing and some very clean racing, Adam.
Yeah, absolutely. Then we get down to the LMP2s, a safety car racing team driven by Theo Foyard in the number 7 machine. Currently 3 minutes and 10 seconds ahead of IPM Red, driven by Andreas Hauser. Now, IPM Red just took their pit stop and are still on the lead lap of this race. This is really good news for them. When we joined the session, they were a lap down, so they have gained time on safety car racing team right now. The 693 in a great position right now to gain some more time over the next hour. Then we have Crestanda Nomad 561 with Ryan Hamilton in that machine in 3rd position. Only 17 seconds back of IPM Red at the moment, so in a good position themselves. They're still actually on the lead lap. They have Theo Foyard right behind them, to be honest with you, on track. So that's Theo right tucked in behind the 3rd car on screen. Then we get to 4th position, Boogity Club Racing with Miguel Bento in the number 23. They're only 15 seconds back of Prestanda Nomad, so expect those LMP2s to be clinging to one another for quite a while. And then we get back to 5th position with Quality Control Racing 69 with Andy Teichhurst in that number 69 machine. And he's only 20 seconds back. So to be honest with you, these LMP2 cars are quite close together for an endurance race. Down to you, Michael, in the GTE.
Well, it's not quite as close together for the GTE class. Project Dynamic Green, Nico Kexel still leading that group. Now, how close are these guys to the tail end of the LMP2s? About 6 laps back from the tail of that one. So they are pulling some pretty good times there. Now, you go back about almost a minute and you find Ray Kingsbury, who we saw a little bit earlier, who had the lead through a pit stop rotation. Things changed out a little bit. They are slightly off sync with our current leaders. But Ray Kingsbury been in the car for a little while, doing a really nice job holding on to that position. Now going back from there to the Sportso Fort with Malte Stumpf behind the wheel. That one, these guys, okay. Now, I got a bunch of German guys in a Corvette. I'm assuming they're German. They're Germany, Austria, Switzerland. So they're out there pushing that Corvette to the limit, and they are kind of making up ground right now. They're only about a minute 15, minute 16 back off of that Penguin RC simulation car that Ray Kingsbury is pushing around the track at the moment. Now we go back to WS Racing Esports 220 with Sapini behind the wheel. Now we've covered a little bit with Kimon Sapini, doing a nice job here. Looks like, oh no, I was about to say looks like he's going into the pits. Apparently not. Just pulling a little fakey there. Although that is a really good entry point there. But good. That was a good bit of curb on that one. I don't like hitting that curb that hard personally. But that will be the first Porsche in the field. And then going back to the second Corvette in the field, it's going to be the Valorous Motorsports Hermes with Ander Gomez. Pushing that car around the track as best he can. He's not too far off of Sapini. He's about 22, 24 seconds back. That's been playing around a little bit with traffic, and he's looking to close this gap and kind of doing a good job. He's really been very conscious on tire use and fuel use from what I can tell from watching them so far. But that's going to be our top 5 in the GTE class. Joe?
And that's going to take us to a short break. We still have lots more coverage to come here in the Majors 24 here at Circuit de la Sarthe. Still 13 hours to go here in France. Welcome back to the Circuit de la Sarthe. We are now into 13 hours left to go for the Majors 24. Your leader in the LMP1s is currently Paul Hale for SimHQ Motorsports Orange and Theo Fouliard for Safety Car Racing Team in the LMP2s, the number 7 machine leading that class. Ray Kingsbury leads in the GTEs and the 03 for Penguin RC Simulation. So even since our break, we've seen a little bit of switching around once again due to pit strategy, shuffling things up as we ride on board for the battle for 8th in the LMP2s. Mueller's been getting plenty of screen time here in our short bit of coverage that we've had so far of split number 3. And he's making the best of it. He's made some good passes, and he's going to have to put another one on Gladden.
Yeah, that's exactly where I want to be in a race, is just in a position where I just keep cycling by these drivers that, you know, on different pit strategies, and this is exactly where I like to be because it keeps me awake, it keeps me active, and it keeps me making moves like this one, up the inside of Indianapolis, clipping a little bit of the curb, probably a little more than comfortable, but still smooth, clean, coming out of Indianapolis, a little bit of a slide of the rear tires, but still feeling good, feeling confident right now. Nice move from Christopher Camillier.
Well, I gotta imagine this probably is such a morale boost as well, Michael. When you keep making those passes, you keep going by cars. I have to think that kind of feels like, okay, we're going somewhere. We're doing something right now.
Yeah, even at, what are we, 2 o'clock in the morning, 2:20 in the morning, you start making passes on people. You think, haha, he's sleeping. I'm back in the game. Let's go. So, yeah, it really is a nice confidence boost and a nice boost for the whole team when you start making up places, especially at night when you see a lot of people who are tired and there's more opportunity or greater likelihood of incidents.
And surprisingly, we haven't seen a whole lot of offs here in this split, at least so far, knock on wood. But there have been some, or as I mentioned before, earlier on, that we had the number 17 wreck out of the race, and I think we can pretty much officially call them done. They're down to 24th overall. Only cars to overtake them now are GTEs. And it seems that they have thrown in the towel, leaving us with only 3 LMP1s to race to the finish from here. And we kind of joked only half that we could see an LMP2 overall winner in this race. It all depends on whether those other 3 can stay out of trouble.
Yeah, because, you know, it's one of the things that we notice when we commentate the Camel Series show. The smaller your class gets, the less people seem to respect your space on track. It's kind of funny because it's like they forget about the fact that you're there and how to race around you when they're not passing you all the time or getting passed by you all the time. So that's definitely something going on with the PCF Racing Neon team. 3rd position right now, our last running LMP1 in the 919 machine. Just had a driver change. Now it's Hannes Seeger who's going to take over that machine and take it around the Circuit de la Sarthe here in France. Yeah, good pit stop. Nice clean pit stop. 38.9 seconds. A touch slow, but for a driver change, pretty decent.
And it's been a while since Hans has been in the car. Looks like, I think since, well, he was the 2nd stint, but overall stints, I think he was in there probably around hour 3 or 4, it appears. So it's probably about 8 hours since he's last been able to actually get behind the wheel and feel how this thing is working. And I'm pretty certain back then the car was in a better shape than it is now, because they were running pretty decent laps back then compared to what they've been able to put down currently. Although still Steinhilber has managed to chop it down to a 3:10.2 for his team's best lap right before he pit in on that last lap. So they are pushing. They're trying their darndest to see if they can make something out of this. It's just, it's going to be such a long uphill battle just to get one position.
Yeah, definitely. So our LMP1's all separated by a lap from one another at this point. Brian Boomsma, while we were on break, took a pit stop and thus has fallen back to 1 lap down. It's from SimHQ Motorsports Orange. They're really hoping that under the next caution, if we get one, that Boomsma will, that they'll be on a pit cycle that puts them on the same lap as the SimHQ Motorsports orange. Sorry, I paused because Booms actually went off track to pass Gustavo Pereira. That was a little bit of a scary moment for him, but back going again and going fine as we continue to watch. I believe this is another LMP2 battle.
Yeah, I think we had checked out the battle for 13th there. Yep, that's Jordan in the ART SimRacing 1 car. And our favorite, sorry, it was netcode. And the number 77, as it's been up 7 positions with that number 77 car. Jack Harrison currently in the machine and has taken advantage of some of the trouble of his rivals and perhaps had just great pace in general as they head towards the Indianapolis little kink and left-hander, one of the trickiest corners on this circuit. And thought we had an issue with Brian's booms for a second, but I think that was just a connection problem because I suddenly saw 0 next to his speed. So yeah, I think that was a connection issue because he's running fine right now.
Yeah, doing okay. Every once in a while, as fans are used to seeing, there is a connection issue and the car suddenly blinks out and then comes back. Now, I got to tell you, that is one of the scariest things that can happen in iRacing when you're going side by side with somebody into a corner. If they start to blink out, you have no idea where they are, but it then becomes humorous when you have both cars overlapping each other because iRacing can't really go, well, somebody crashed and I'll pick you. So they're actually pretty nice about it and decide to let you be overlapped momentarily and give you a little chance to get uncoupled, as it were.
Oh, and looks like Harrison went a little too wide there coming out of karting and got himself a slowdown penalty. He served it pretty quickly, but it did cost him. It's now back up to about 3 seconds up to Reinhardt ahead of him.
Yeah, he just got held up a little bit trying to go past Nono Sakura, and just kind of a miscommunication there sends Jack Harrison off into the marbles and just couldn't get that thing recovered in time to avoid the slowdown penalty. So yet another driver falling afoul of the slowdowns here at Le Mans as our leader in the LMP2s is in. Safety car racing team's Theo Foyard is into the pits in that number 7 machine.
But it doesn't look like he's going to be losing the lead because actually IPM Red just got their lap back because of that pit stop. So it's a very comfortable spot for the number 7 team. Goes down and finds his pit stall. And let's see if they take tires on this stint. I didn't quite catch what the pit timing said before they came in on whether or not they took them last time. But they cannot do fuel and tires at the same time, so we have to wait patiently to see if the car goes up on the jacks. If it's not tires, it'll just take off, and that'll be at about 30 seconds. It's 26 right now, so we'll find out pretty soon on what they are going to do. And it is no tires, so going to at least double stint on these ones.
Yeah, the bad news is for IPM Red, Andreas Hauser just went through the center of the Mulsanne 1 chicane, so unfortunately losing time to safety car racing team on this well, frankly, outlap for Theo Foyard. Looks like we have another driver in the pits for our LMP2s. Valkyrie by Garage de Klerk, Greg Elter into the pits, as well as Osatan's Racing Esports Black with Michael Lemro.
The French driver coming down for service. Is he going to swap out? He's been in there for at least 2 stints. And no, it does not appear that he's going to be changing hands with any of his teammates. So he's going to go for a triple stint on this run through. A lot easier in these LMP1s and LMP2s since they run just over a half an hour usually for a stint. So doing 3, 4, maybe even 5 times in a row isn't quite as difficult, although the nerve-wracking nature of the speeds of these cars, I'm sure, can make it a little disconcerting to be out there too long. Looks like Lucas Adam is going to be taking over for Adam Gladden and the Vulcan Sim Racing car. They just pitted in just behind the Valkyrie machine, who is now back out onto the circuit running in the 8th position.
Yeah, and a little comment on the LMP series, the LMP cars. LMP1 and LMP2, while they may look very similar, they make power in incredibly different ways. The LMP1 cars have a hybrid technology. They're using an electric drive on the front wheels. And when that thing kicks in, you better hold on, because man, is it ready to go. Now, the LMP2s, that's pretty traditional. Straight up V8, Gibson V8, I believe it is, and it's all torque, all power, all the time, and you don't get that boost out of the electric motor. So it can be kind of scary sometimes to do that, and that was an interesting choice of positioning that we just watched there. That Ferrari kind of taking an odd line. I'm not sure why he would do that, and almost block out our driver there. That was odd.
Yeah, and that's down in 10th in that LMP2 class. He's trying to chase on Jai Potts. I wonder if he just did not want to give up time here and kind of had to make that split-second decision. So battle for P9, that's Team Challenge Racing, just up the road that we can see through the windshield. Still only 2:30 a.m. virtual standard time here in France. So there's a long ways to go before we see any sort of daylight. In fact, I think we might only just see some light creeping on the horizon as our stint finishes here in the commentary booth, and we hand over to the next crew, which will be for the 4th split.
Not likely, to be honest with you, Joe. I don't think we're going to see a lot of sunlight by the end of this stint, to be honest with you. It's gonna be a while. I don't think the
2.5 hours to go. We'll be there about 5 a.m. We'll see a little bit of light on the horizon, I think.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we could start seeing a little bit, but it's going to be that twilight time where it gets really frustrating, because shadows are sort of there, but not really, and you've gotten so used to driving with shadows coming from your headlights. Now you've got stuff coming from a different way. It's that difficult time. You really need your best driver in the car when that happens, because it needs to be someone who can literally drive blind, because at some points you do get that sunrise, just that peak of the sun coming up over, and you cannot see anything.
By the way, overall leader has pitted in. Paul Hale still in the car, has been in for quite a while now. I guess we could say that's about an hour and a half that he's been running in that number 16. And obviously Boomsma will inherit that spot right back, the lap back, rather, I should say, that 674. But it's a long ways to go to try and completely catch up. Now is the couple laps that he needs for a caution to come out. Hale is already back out on the track. It looks like it's pretty evenly split between them. 6 laps with one in front, 6 laps with the other in front.
Yep, and so, yeah, Sim HQ Motorsports Orange just praying that a caution doesn't come out right now. Brian Boomsma was saying if there's going to be a caution, it would be fine if it's right now. And yeah, I think they're just all holding their breath a little bit, to be honest with you, in this section, because with these random cautions, you don't know when they're going to come. And considering this split's only had one, I mean, I know it was random draw as to whether or not they get another one, but I mean, they could have as many as 5.
Exactly, and we don't know how many it's going to be. So everybody is kind of, well, in the dark, so to speak, on that. And we'll just have to wait and see and roll with the punches as they come. I've been trying to do some research here to see if we've been getting any other penalties or investigations. I have not seen any for a long time, and that seems a little strange, because even though our split has not seen much in the way of inter-class action or inter-car action, surely the others have something going on here, unless maybe the only other thing I can think of is that a lot of people, especially over in Europe, are starting to hit the nighttime, and if people are driving, they're driving on their own, and they can't protest without somebody watching the car from the outside.
Take a look now at the battle for P5 in the LMP2. So this is Blue Shoe America's Black, Christopher Camillier trying to go around Quality Control Racing 69 of Andy Teichers. They actually did a little bit of bump drafting, did Christopher on Andy into the into the hairpin there, and almost upset Andy going into the braking zone. So I'm sure the 69 car not feeling super excited about that particular move. But the 114 is by, and time to refocus and get yourself thinking about just completing your stint at this point. For Quality Control Racing, they're 4 laps into their stint. Christopher Camillier in the Blue Chew America's Black is 8 laps into their stint, so probably going to come in the next 2 laps.
Quality Control is one of those that has certainly tried to spread themselves out a little bit to make sure they get people in advantageous time zones. I'm taking a look at their roster. They've got someone from the UK&I, New York, the Club Benelux, someone from Italy. So they're going to have an American in with a few Europeans. Hopefully that will allow them the chance to try and get some rest during the worst hours for some of them. And along the front stretch, looks like Ticehurst, who is from Club UK&I, is trying to see if he can go by Christopher Camillier. This is for position as they vie for 5th place. Just behind them, that is our overall leader approaching. Now, he's not in a rush, so hopefully he can sit and wait patiently until they get to Mulsanne.
Yeah, waiting is the right choice here, and we've watched Paul really do the right thing many times. We noticed earlier when he had that passing opportunity, and he just went straight through the chicane, decided, nope, I'm going to slow this one down, I'm going to go through here. And once again, we watched him there go a little bit wide, because honestly, I don't think that was a mistake. I think that was probably maybe on the borderline of a mistake, but going into, well, I'm safer over here with all this stuff going on around me.
I think that seems like the thought process to me as well on that one. And I'm watching this, but I'm also half watching the battle for 13th. But unfortunately, sorry, it was netcode is having some connection issues, so I'm not sure that we can really show that one, because there's some really horrendous blinking from the 77. That is, I believe, something that can be protested.
Just a little ironic.
Yeah, there's some.
I was thinking the same
it's
thing.
beautiful.
Well, Alanis Morissette needs to study that and figure out what irony is as we continue to watch the racing here in the LMP2s, which has been some of the best of the 3 classes since we've joined split number 3, which is what we're watching here if you're just joining us. This is the Majors 24 with 11 splits running simultaneously. We're checking out some of the others outside of that top split here in the middle portions of the racing to give them some love. Still plenty of talent, plenty of speed here, and also a lot of pride that's put in to winning these splits. It means a lot to every single one of these drivers to come away either with a checkered flag to just simply get to the finish, a podium, or God forbid, a win.
Well, they get in these top splits, especially this split and the top 5 splits, I believe it is, they get a coin for being on the podium. So, like, I mean, we've all talked about how we all wish that we could get a coin for the Major Series, because those coins are amazing. And I want one. Everyone wants one, to be honest with you. But there's absolutely an incentive to go out and win this race. There's an incentive to be on the podium for every class, and I don't know how Mike is going to send out all those coins for those top it's either 5 or 8 splits. I don't remember which. But I mean, that's a lot of coins to hand out. That's 15 coins.
Exactly. And well, as someone who definitely still has his trophies and medals from high school cross country, yes, I can imagine that those will be displayed with pride for everybody out here if they can just get their hands on one. But there's a lot of work to be done to try and make that happen, as it looks like I think that is Camillier, who is heading into pit lane in the 114. So Blue Chew Americas takes their stop as everybody around them still only halfway through their stint. It looks like he got that nice and cleanly into there. So let's see if he hands over to somebody next.
Yeah, and one thing about the trophies, the coins they're giving here, while I've got trophies for pro racing, I would put one of these right up next to that, because I got the racing here is every bit as good as you see in the leagues I race in real life. So I would absolutely stick one of these up in my trophy case with pride, right next to the others.
Is Hollander going to get you guys a trophy for Porsche Owners Club?
I have one of those. I got P3, I think, last season, and currently sitting in P2. So let's see how long that one sticks around, because, man, the competition in that Porsche Club race, wow. I am struggling to hold on to P2, to be honest.
Doing an admirable job, though. And, well, right now, admirable job for Valkyrie by Garage de Klerk, who has now taken 7th place just recently. I think going by a pitting car helped them into that spot. Even still, they're going to try and get themselves potentially into the top 5, and they are currently in the top 10 overall out of the entire field in this race. Out onto the Mulsanne they go, as they once again get over 200 miles an hour past all the various establishments and businesses, as the virtual fans watch on from the sidelines. This is definitely a track that is on my bucket list to get to go to and witness in real life. And supposedly, my brother and my dad and I are working on trying to make that happen next year. We'll see. But I can tell you that'll certainly be a dream come true if I could actually get here.
I mean, it's anyone's bucket list to go to the Circuit de la Sarthe and watch the big 24-hour race that happens there. I mean, like, it's absolutely a desire of every race fan to go see this legendary event. And yes, it was, the battle between Ford versus Ferrari that really brought it to the attention of the American viewers. But ever since then, I mean, like, we've had some epic races over the years. I mean, so many times over the last 10 years, the race of all the classes, like, the battles have been at least on the same lap, if not nose to tail by the end of 24 hours. That's impressive stuff. So absolutely a bucket list event for any race fan.
Well, and you say American attention. There's been some American names that have been pretty successful over here. I think of the likes of Mario Andretti, other Andretti, Joe. Mario Andretti, AJ Foyt has raced here successfully. Eddie Cheever has run, and I believe won here. Yeah, so it's there has been plenty of those who have crossed the ponds and given it a go and actually done pretty well.
Indeed, they have, and I'm actually trying to get an LMP3 sponsorship going for it. I've got an invitation for a team, but I gotta bring some sponsorship for it. So now the LMP3 race is not during the full 24. It's considered one of the support races. But I gotta tell you, I'm happy to race anything on this track. I'd go race bicycles around this track if I had the chance.
What's your height?
Folks, get your sponsorships in for Michael to go race.
There you go.
Around the Circuit de la Sarthe.
What's your highest finish been, though?
Highest finish in what?
At Circuit de la Sarthe.
Well, Bugatti circuit. I've raced Bugatti circuit a couple of times, so I haven't raced the full circuit. So I'm hoping to be able to get onto the full circuit in the LMP3 and do so. Yeah, high finish is great. I've been on the podium. It's been fun, but it doesn't feel the same as doing the full Circuit de la Sarthe out there on Mulsanne Straight and all that. It's a different animal.
I'm sure. I wouldn't be surprised if it is just something entirely different. As we watch Boomsma now, who is 2 minutes and 38 seconds away from Paul Hale. He has been continuing to chip away at that lead time. And in fact, he might actually manage to get ahead of him entirely on the pit cycle and not just on half the pit cycle. I would like to see if we could either get the battle for 13th or the battle for 17th in the LMP2s, because both of those have been getting quite close a little farther down the field in those.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. As taking a look now at the battle for 17th between CGC Motorsport Yellow and North Sim Racing White. North Sim Racing White's Claudio Greco makes the pass on CGC Motorsports Yellow's Daniel Guggenberger. So a nice clean pass there. Guggenberger's going to fall in behind and pick up some draft and try and tow himself along. They have, this was a pit cycle difference between them. North Sim Racing White just completed their pit stop with Claudio Greco in that 669 machine, and so Claudio trying to regain those positions lost over the course of that pit cycle.
Yep, and he actually just took over for Schettino, who we were watching earlier in that car. Guggenberger has been in there for a bit on that one, but Greco certainly not having to wrestle that 17th away from the number 18 car, at least this time. We'll see if that changes later on in the race when stakes are a little bit higher. And looks like we had a pit stop, I think, for IPM Red. So the safety car racing team went much farther ahead of the 693, but they look like they're still in the same lap, I think.
So IPM Red able to hold on to that lead lap position. So that's really, really good news for Andreas Hauser, making good time on safety car racing team. And also, Michael just reported to us that safety car racing team, the driver Theo Fouillard just got overtaken by Paul Hale in the Sim HQ Motorsports Orange, putting the LMP class yet another lap down, up to 11 laps now.
Absolutely, and that same lap for the 693 and the 7 is oh so critical. I know we keep harping on it, but when we get a caution, if we get another caution, it can change the complexion of this race completely, and suddenly the 7 will find a race on their hands as we now ride on board with Reinhout here trying to chase down 13th, Jack Harrison, and the Sorry It Was Netcode car. Looks like they've got that connection cleared up. I have not seen them blinking nearly as much, but it has looked like this 43, after they were overtaken by that team a little bit earlier, is not giving it up without a fight.
Yeah, definitely not without a fight for sure, as Jordy Reinhout in that ART Sim Racing 1 machine is clinging to the back of Jack Harrison. Now, Jack Harrison, the Sorry It Was Netcode machine, was able to catch up fairly quickly, but was not able to pass quickly as the asymmetric number 61 of Andy Corsa comes into the pits for their next pit stop in the LMP2s. But ART Sim Racing 1 really doing a good job of clinging to the back of Sorry It Was Netcode and trying to drag themselves up further with the use of the draft. So, yeah, good strategies here.
Strategy is probably going to be the name of the game for most of the rest of the race. Raw pace will come into it a little bit, but in the end, you got to put yourself into that right position to be able to use that raw pace. The 43 still hassling the 77, and that was interesting. Is that a slowdown there for Harrison? Yes, it is.
So that was a miscommunication there a little bit between the two of them, but Harrison pulls over and tries to let Jordy go. Jordy doesn't realize it's a slowdown, but now we're taking a look at P6 in the LMP2s. This is between Valkyrie by Garage de Klerk and Occitan's Racing Esports Black, both of them on the same pit cycle. So this is a true battle for position now between the two of them.
They're going to go by another one of our Fords, Nono Sakura for Team Bocci, having taken over for Garushi a little bit earlier in this race. Pulling along in the tow, Lamoureux, just seeing whether or not he can hold on. And in fact, I wonder if this battle for position works out very well for Lamoureux, because he actually could just try and sit back and ride in fuel save here in the slipstream.
The slipstream is the right place to be. You can do a little lift and coast. You can just back out of it a little bit. You don't have to actually go full throttle, especially on these super long straights here as we watch them coming down into the Mulsanne corner. You've got a lot of opportunity, and you could even get an extra lap out of it. I would actually turn my fuel knob to a more a less power, more fuel saving setting, and just sit right here for a little bit, at least a few laps, and get an extra lap out of this if I could. But very quickly, I want to point out that the 1 and 2 cars, so the P1 and P2 car in GTE, have passed that one hardcore green that we were watching earlier on and reporting on how they were not coming back out on the track. But those guys are closing down, doing what they can to stay up there. But now Penguin Simulation with Ray Kingsbury still behind the wheel, holding on to a good 30-second lead, but not trying to push that too hard. He's just in a groove. But let's stick here with this LMP2. The LMP2s are quite interesting, aren't they, Adam?
Yeah, absolutely. And I you know exactly what you talked about, Michael. I'm pretty sure that Austin Racing Esports Black is just hanging out behind Greg Elter. But Greg Elter, smooth and consistent, but not necessarily the fastest driver on the track. Tends to hemorrhage the positions a little bit. So I think we'll see Austin Racing Esports Black Michael Lemro make his way around here shortly. As you can see, lots of traction left for Lemro as Elter takes to the racing line. So I think Lemro is going to want to try and make this move, probably coming up on the Mulsanne straight again.
Yeah, he's sticking with him quite well. Did show his headlights in the mirrors, in the side mirrors a little bit as he pulled off to the side, coming up to the Ford chicane. Not sure if he's trying to just elicit a mistake as he rides behind, saving fuel, hoping he can have an easier pass. Oh, as he gets very close behind, just about touching the rear diffuser of that number 13, but they get away with it for the time being. And looks like see a few other cars pitting. Looks like the 88 machine just came in amongst our LMP2s. Now out of Turtle Rouge, Elter chasing, or trying to get away from Lamoureux and picking up speed. This will be telling. If he goes by easily, he's not saving fuel. Yep, not saving fuel.
Well, I think he's got to be concerned about the time he's losing, because he's got Boogity Club Racing Miguel Bento up ahead of him that he's trying to catch. So that might be a better car to save fuel behind than Greg Elter.
Also, to Mark Kalin in the chat, we see you. Hello to Mark as well. Glad to see you again. And if anybody does have any questions in the YouTube text chat, feel free to type it in. We'll try to help any newcomers out to understand this unique form of racing and shed a little light on it. So Lamoureux is now passed, and Elter, will he drop back or will he be able to cling? Looks like Reinhout and Harrison have both pitted in at the same time. As we mentioned, those two on the same pit schedule currently. So they entered together, they'll exit together.
Also interesting to note is that Wasted NRG did come into the pits, switched over drivers to Garen Batten, a 31.5 second stop, so lost a little bit of time with that driver change, and lost the lead lap as well, so that puts them in that disadvantageous position again. P3 in the LMP2s is pitting now, Prestanda Nomad 561 with Ryan Hamilton.
Yeah, checking to see what the distance is between those two cars. And actually, okay, no, they are still pretty far away. I was looking at the wrong dot on my map. So yeah, he's got some ground to make up. I'm thinking within maybe 2 hours, though, he's probably going to be fully past him regardless of the pit cycle. And that will be fun to watch. Meanwhile, coming out of our Nage there and heading down towards the Porsche curves. Trying to see who we've got. That's the 577 they were watching. That's Greg Elter. They're still trying to cling to the back of Lamoureux in the 13. And they're entering the Porsche curves now. Up ahead of them, Bento, who Adam mentioned just a bit ago, not too far away. When is the next bit of traffic? They're approaching them now. Pencaldi in the Falk Autotech 396 is unfortunately going to find himself swamped by 3 LMP2s in succession. About the only saving grace is he's going to have the front stretch to allow them by pretty soon.
And it looks like we had a position change. ART SimRacing 1 lost out of position to, that would be, sorry, it was Netcode.
Yeah, those are the two I mentioned having just pitted and are back out onto the track. Looks like Quality Racing Control 69 machine has pitted in and is now exited. Jai Potts for the Team Racing Challenge is pitting in right now. We're going to watch from on board Bento down through the Chapel rundown. As behind him, Dilworth is breathing down his neck, and in front of him, Lamoureux holds that third position. Now onto the podium spots as the pits cycle through and jumbles up the order.
Yeah, and jumbles up the order for sure. That being said, oh no, Prestanda Nomad 561 of Dilworth gets a slowdown coming onto the Mulsanne straight. Prestanda, I was about to say, Dilworth and Altair, oh man, that's heartbreaking because Quality Control Racing and Nomad are on the same pit cycle. So is Prestanda Nomad 561 and Boogity Club Racing. So Valkyrie by Garage de Klerk has to do their pit stop in the next couple laps, but the other three in this 4, 5, 6, 7 battle are all in the same pit cycle.
Yeah, and that's gonna obviously split things up a little bit. That might actually be bad for Jason Dilworth. Oh, who's going to miss the chicane? So the second time in a lap, he's going to get a slowdown penalty. Unfortunately, the 561 car, they see him getting back and rolling, and it looks like they cleared it pretty quickly, but he's lost touch easily with both of those cars now. In fact, I think Andy Ticehurst might be interested in relieving him of that sixth position, the way he's been gaining from those mistakes out of the 561 car.
Yeah, he's closing up pretty quickly. He's under a second now. As we look on board here, this is exactly where he wants to be. You don't want to get too close when you get into these twisty bits. So he was able to make up a lot of time, helpful with that mistake, but a lot of time coming down the Mulsanne straight. Now that they come out of Mulsanne looking their way up towards the Indianapolis corner, now he's going to close this down, and this is getting even closer, even a little bit tighter. He's down to about 7/10, but just creeping up on here. He does not want to run too quickly because he sees the traffic up ahead with that out-of-class GTE car. Got to time the pass, got to time getting around it so that you don't get yourself caught up. Now, as we watch the Jason Dilworth car get around that GTE car, how is that going to affect Ticehurst? This is a difficult place to get around going into the Porsche curves.
And we might want a replay of P4 because Lamoureux unfortunately lost 2 positions in quick succession coming into Indianapolis. It was a fierce fight with Bento, and then eventually also had to allow Elter past. And this has remained a tight fight here for 4th, as you can see on your screen. Here's the replay of the side-by-side all the way through. Look at this.
Tight racing for these drivers as they go through Indianapolis, and there you see just a little bit of a slip up there on the short chute, still side by side, the two of them, as they go into the braking for the hairpin. You can see just getting offline, having to take the long way around. Now that's put Lamoureux behind Eltair, and both Eltair and Lamoureux for Valkyrie and Ossitans are on the same strategy. So Lamoureux with an attempt to try and make a good run under the Dunlop Bridge can't do it. Gonna try and go on the outside here of Eltair. This is a risky move. Ooh. Sticks his nose in. Eltair gives him the space. These two fighting have brought Jason Dilworth into the picture. Dilworth on a different pit strategy than these two, but he's gonna want to catch up to Boogity Club Racing's Miguel Bento, who's past them because he's on that strategy, so he's not going to want to wait around either.
Well, and Bento's been taking advantage of those two squabbling amongst themselves because he's off like a shot. He's already almost a second ahead. Lamoureux gets a nice tow. Elter pulls off to the regular racing line. Will that be the better place to be, or is the inside going to give the spot to Lamoureux? It's the inside that works out. He's back into 4th. He wants, and he's much quicker than Bento through there. Almost manages to overtake him on the exit, but he's going to get a second shot with another slipstream.
And Quality Control sitting back in the catbird seat, well, the koala bird seat, watching what's going on up here. He's ready to pounce on this. It has actually helped these guys close this gap up a little bit. They had fallen back just earlier in the previous lap, and now we're going 2 by 2 into the second chicane. Wow, that's some crazy racing out of this LMP2 field.
Great stuff by all. This is essentially a battle for third. Lamoureux is now into that position. This is the most cars we've seen together fighting for spots here in Split 3 since we joined coverage. And this goes from third essentially down to eighth. Now, it gets a little bit farther apart in seventh and eighth, but still, the way that they're fighting, I wouldn't be surprised if they started to join the fray.
Lamoureux definitely starting to run away with this. Bento is the cork in the bottle. Elter, though, has not been super aggressive on the passes today. Going to take a pretty easy look right now to the inside as they head towards Indianapolis. So Bento trying to hold on to that position, but Elter trying to make the pass on the inside. Bento's going to have to back out of it. Dilworth now has to pass Bento because they're on the same strategy, Dilworth and Bento. Elter and Lamoureux are the two on their own strategy up ahead. And then we got Quality Control Racing kind of in a no man's land. And then Blue Chew America's Black is also on the back of this. He's on the same strategy as Lamoureux and Elter, so he wants to get by these guys as well.
Lamoureux had a bit of traffic coming through Indianapolis, managed to get his way around it eventually. And Elter starting to catch up a little bit. See, it looked like Bento was pulling away at first, and for some reason now he's dropping, and it's kind of changed around. As you mentioned, Lamoureux looks like he's now got the pace. I can't quite pick out exactly what's changing between these cars as they all push hard out of Corvette curves and through Maison Blanche. But let's see, is anybody having to pit this time by? No, doesn't look like it. But Lamoureux and Elter are going to be the first to have to come in.
Yeah, this little group here is fighting hard. And what we may be seeing, especially in the case of the Bugatti Club Racing being driven by Miguel Bento right now, is hold off a little bit. There's no reason to push this hard. Stick with it. But if you can't easily pull away, just stick with the group and enjoy and fall back in, maybe save a little fuel, extend some time.
So maybe that's what he's doing then. Getting close to the next hour mark here once again, and in fact, the halfway mark. So just have to do this one more time all over again.
Easier said than done.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, Michael.
Somebody owes somebody a Coke, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure there's one in there somewhere.
I could use a Coke at the moment. I'm sure our drivers could use a Coke to boost their blood sugar levels. But side by side now between Prestanda and Valkyrie, Dilworth and Elter on different strategies. Dilworth making it past Elter, now trying to catch up to Lamoureux. Remember, it's Lamoureux and Elter on the same strategy, Dilworth and Bento on the same strategy. In fact, Quality Control Racing's Andy Teichers is on the same strategy as Bento and Dilworth. And then Christopher Camelier is kind of on his own race right now.
And they're going to swap around again. Almost, maybe they're working a little bit together here. Maybe they're trying to use this leapfrog to catch back up to Lamoureux. It's up to 2 seconds now for that number 13 car. There you see him flash by into the second chicane on the Mulsanne. And we'll see if they switch it around yet again. This time it's going to be Dilworth who gets the tow as they start to pick up speed.
This is a 6-way fight for third. I'd just like to point out that 12 hours into this race, we have a 6-way fight for third place.
And after only one caution as well. So it's not like it's been brought back together numerous times to allow it to do this. This has just been similar pace between all of these cars.
Yeah, and actually, according to the drivers who have been in this split, actually the caution separated things pretty effectively for all the teams. So looks like safety car racing team's Theo Fouillard is into the pits from the lead of the LMP2s. So it'll be interesting to see. We've had Theo in that car pretty much the entire time we've been broadcasting this, since hour 14. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not Theo does a driver change with that safety car racing team. But it's possible that he's the full graveyard shift driver. See that oftentimes in iRacing. But yeah, I mean, Michael, as you've been saying, 12 hours into this race, almost 12 hours into this race to have a 6-way fight for third position. I mean, it doesn't get better than this.
It's pretty amazing when you realize how far into this race these drivers are. You find this type of racing in sprint racing, and the way they are driving right now, this is just a 12-hour sprint race. They are so close together.
And also up to 2.7 seconds now. Lamoureux continues to just drop this pair to allow them to fight amongst each other. But let's see, is Lamoureux pitting in this time? Yes, he is. So Lamoureux is in after 9 laps, and Elter is going to follow him. And I kind of wondered if this would be the case. We saw stints up to 11, maybe even 12 during the daytime. I'm thinking they're sucking up a lot of fuel with these quicker lap times out here.
Yeah, the denser, cooler air does help the car make more power, but you could end up using more fuel, especially when you're kind of alone. We've lost a few cars here and there, so not quite as many cars to sit behind and pull a draft off of. So yeah, you're probably going to use a little more fuel, but remember, it's cold track. You're going to use less tire, so you might make up a little bit of time, even though you are having to pit sooner for fuel. You're not pitting as often for tires and letting that kind of balance it out in the long run.
Those who can manage it here in the evening, the nighttime, probably find it paying dividends to be able to use that rubber as long as it will go. So Elter in, and looks like Lucas Adam for Vulcan SimRacing is also in as well. And race tech competition. Looks like Stefan Jacobsen is pitting for that number 3 car. I haven't talked about them a whole lot, but they are just outside of the top 10. And as we let a few of these GT or LMP2 cars finish out their pit stops, we do have one up at the front that needs to pit in as well. That's be Sim HQ Motorsports Orange on the 10th lap of their stint. And once they pit in, we'll start to head through our top 5 here on the hour mark. This has been, I wouldn't say a calm middle part of the race, but certainly has felt like everybody's got a cool head on their shoulders.
I've been kind of bouncing through the field, trying to watch what's going on. And yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Everyone is, even in this little crazy group of LMP2s we're watching here, everyone has really kind of been calm. I don't see anybody making weird dive bombs. I don't see odd, out of class passing that is not a good choice of a pass. Everybody's being very, very respectful of the other racers, the other drivers around them in the other classes.
And that's a key part of the survival out here and the 24 hours that you have to try and get to the checkered flag. And just in front of this group, that was our overall leader that just went by them. Still fighting between Boogity, Blue Chew, and Quality, all split by barely over a second between them. Great run from Christopher here, going to be able to overtake Bento potentially. He's going to get the inside coming into the Porsche curves, and Miguel decides it's not worth fighting it. He lets him have that 4th place.
Yeah, the amount of incidents that we've seen in that turn over the course of just today, but just also over the course of the broadcasts we've done on GSRC here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, it's just too much of a risk to go side by side to that section, especially this early on in the race. I mean, I know that 12 hours in doesn't feel early on, but it's early on for doing those kinds of fights. So Paul Hale gonna take to the pits right now and pit from the lead. Sim HQ Motorsports Orange, Paul Hale, into the pits from the lead of the race in the LMP1.
It's a glass half full, half empty, I guess. If you're halfway through the race, is it early or late? And Hale is deciding to split things up just about perfect.
It's on time.
Yeah, just on time there for the 16. But we'll give the lead lap back to Wasted Energy in the 674. And it looks like Hale is finally handing over, having been in that car since we joined in, with 14 hours left to go. So 2 hours of racing, and now Mike Grimshaw is back into it. And sounds like, was there an incident down in the GTEs, Michael? It looks like you're pointing at something.
Yeah, there was an incident down in the GTE class. Alice in the 10 Top Motorsport Special Endurance racing Porsche was trying to unlap themselves, not quite to the point, had caught up to the P5 car, made a very nice pass going into Indianapolis, or into the kink right before Indianapolis, but then just missed out the braking. So if we take a look here on the GSRC replay, watch them coming down here into Indianapolis and just missed the braking, bounces off the wall. Doesn't look like too much damage on that car. He seems to be back up to speed right now, but that's just really frustrating, especially after the beautiful pass he just made onto that Corvette.
I just got to hope that it's still nice and clean, especially for straight line speed. But this will bring us to our top 5 of each class. Top of the hour report with SimHQ Motorsports Orange now having freshly put in Mike Grimshaw. Can he keep the pace that Paul Hale was running? Because they do have to try and outrun a few people, including second place Wasted Energy with Garen Batten. Brian Boomsma, about 5 or 6 laps ago, hopped out of the car, got Batten into it and buckled up. He's been trying to see if he can chase him down. He's on the same lap as the leader, about 2 minutes and 47 seconds behind. Then it's PCF Racing Neon, who sits in third, the last of our LMP1s that is still racing currently. Hans Seeger has been in there for about a stint and some change at this point, and is just trying to do what he can to see if anything will come their way for the remaining hours of this race. Adam?
Then we got into the LMP2s, the safety car racing team comfortably in the lead, with Theo Foyard still driving that car since the time we started broadcasting till now, so just over 2 hours for him. Then comes the IPM Red of Andreas Hauser, having gained about 20 to 50 seconds, depending on when this race finishes in the pit cycle for them over the course of these last 2 hours, so making good pace and solidly on the lead lap at this point. Then it goes back to Prestanda Nomad 561, Jason Dilworth. About a minute and a half, just over a minute and a half behind, and he's getting caught now with that battle that we saw going on track. Woo, that's some tight stuff with multi-class going through the Ford chicanes as well. But Dilworth ahead of Christopher Camillier in the Blue Chew America's Black Machine, that number 114, just under 1 second behind Prestanda Nomad. Then comes, at the moment, the Quality Control Racing 69 machine, Andy Teichhurst, having given that pass to Miguel Bento, who's fallen back by about 2 seconds. So Teichhurst solidly in 5th at this point. Miguel Bento, after being up in 3rd position, has cycled all the way back out and into 6th. But Michael, why don't you catch us up on what's going on in the GTEs with that pit stop that just happened?
Well, Ray Kingsbury has just taken the lead over in the GTE class as the Project Dynamic green car driven by Enola has gone in for their pit stop. But Penguin RC Simulation out in front right now with Ray Kingsbury still behind the wheel. Very long, fairly long stint for Kingsbury. Taking a look back, just out of the pits, trying to get that car under control is going to be Onola in the Project Dynamic green. Those guys have been trading the lead back and forth. So Ford versus Ferrari. Looks like Ferrari's back in the lead for the moment. Now going back to P3, we got the Sportsofort racing team. Malte Stumpf has been behind the wheel for quite a bit now in this Corvette and doing a nice job. Got a an LMP car just bearing down on him, but doing a good job holding on to that position, saying, look, I got 3 dots on the side of my car, you got none, so give me some racing room here, buddy. So as they work their way down, and yeah, that was almost a little block going on there. Right now in those top 3, it is not a huge gap. We've got 26 seconds and then 49 seconds back to P3. Going back to P4, WS Racing Esports 220, Sapini driving that car still, about 3 minutes back off of there. So good bit back. And then if we take a look at P5, it is currently the Rest in Pace Le Mans 24 Hours being driven by Pereira. So Pereira been in that car for about a good stint and a half now, moving right along. and doing a good job in that Ferrari. Looks like he is on a fairly hot lap this time, actually turning some purple sectors. So yeah, good job out of the GTE field. Everybody looking good, and hopefully getting a little bit tighter in our racing in this field coming up in the next hour or so.
Indeed. And well, it is now halfway. We're going to take a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. We'll come back with the last half of the Majors 24. Still 2.5 hours until sunrise here in France. Welcome back to the Circuit de la Sarthe. We are now in the final half here of the Majors 24. We're watching the third split, and we'll be here for another 2 hours for this split. Right now at the top of it, Mike Grimshaw leads for Sim HQ Motorsports Orange in the LMP1s. LMP2s have safety car racing team with Theo Feuillard in the car, leading in the number 7. And then down to the GTEs, Penguin RC Simulation has Ray Kingsbury, who has been running a long stint down there, leading the way for them. Interesting to note, he's also sharing with eNASCAR driver Blake Reynolds, who had a very short stint before him and then ran the first couple stints of this race. We'll see if he gets back in before we take off on this one. And the pit stops have just taken place for a number of drivers, which has shuffled things around yet again. And that's really, honestly, Adam, been kind of the talking point a lot. It's been the point of intrigue of who is kind of winding up where in terms of that pit strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very interesting to keep our eyes on the pit strategy. For example, in the lead of the LMP1s, we got SimHQ Motorsports Orange with Mike Grimshaw. 3 laps into his stint, which the pit stop happened just before we went to break. Then we got Wasted NRG Garen Benton, who will have to take a pit stop next time by. And it's just an interesting thing to keep our eyes on. Well, not next time by. He could go another 2 laps if he chose to. But it's likely that the Wasted NRG team will be taking to the pits on the following lap, not the end of this one. So, but a lot of the class leaders and their competitors are on alternate pit strategies, and so they're all going to have to figure out how that math works when we get closer to the end of this race. Just over halfway at this point, and there is a lot of racing to be done. There's possible cautions to be thrown. There's a lot of variables left to be had in this race, but at the moment, these teams just trying to chip away at each other. And right now, the teams that are tucked in behind are actually the ones that seem to be gaining more time. We're taking a look at now the battle for 16th and 17th between North SimRacing White's Claudio Greco and Grid Finder Racing's Axel Kerr.
And, you know, I was just looking at the times between Wasted NRG and SimHQ Motorsports, and we had been commenting before on the previous drivers how Wasted NRG is catching them. But now that they put Batten in the car, he's been running at a much slower pace, not just compared to his teammate Boomsma, but Grimshaw. It has gone from 240-something to now 253 between the pair of them. And I'm starting to think that the complexion has changed now that the drivers have also changed.
Well, there's also the let's settle in, let's find a spot. We are just under 12 hours left in this race. So you want to get all your drivers in. You want everybody to have their stint in the car, but you want to bring the car home. Halfway is not far enough to start making any interesting moves. So if you're comfortable, like we see Grimshaw is right here driving, he's doing pretty good times right around a 12, and then Wasted NRG, Batten is comfortable in the zone he's in, doing those 13, 14, and occasionally get around in traffic where you get a 16 or so. But, you know, he's also just gotten in the car. He needs to get into a groove. He needs to understand how everyone around him is working. And sometimes, honestly, that can take 6, 8, 10 laps before you really get even like a full stint, before you really get what's going on with the traffic and where the dynamics are happening between the classes on the track.
Speaking of the dynamics, this is Kingsbury just in front of this battle for 16th position, and it's going to create a pick. Beautiful move there by Axel Kerr. The Grid Finder Racing car is going to move into 16th because of that clever little shimmy past the lap traffic.
Ooh, that was spicy. That was a good move there. I'm sure Claudio Greco's feeling a little frustrated due to that one, but
I want to see that one on board. That would be great to watch back if our director has a chance to pull that one up. That's something that people need to watch. That was perfectly executed, honestly. Take a look at the GSRC replay here. Look at him as he comes in. He's sitting right here on board with him in the car. This is Kerr. Looking through, he can see what's coming up. He knows by what his spotter's telling him. Just gets a little nose out there, decides to close it up right here, knows that the competitor in front of him is gonna get tied up trying to get behind, trying to get around that car. But how do you pick this? How do you see what's going on? Right there, he committed to the right side to stick in the draft, and it was all over but the shouting.
now, while this was happening, we had an incident between Akiri Nagatas in the Stork Racing GTE and Miguel Bento in the Boogity Club Racing, machine. This happened just past the Dunlop Bridge, and this actually created contact between the two cars and parked Miguel Bento on track. He had to back up off of the track to avoid making more contact. We'll see it here. This was this was an earlier incident that we saw with with Alice in the Tin Top Motorsports machine. That was about a couple laps ago when Alice had that incident going through Indianapolis. But the incident that I'm talking about just happened recently.
Yeah, this is the number 23 car having an issue coming up to the back of a very slow number 924 in Stork Racing. And just off the track he went. In fact, basically a single car incident other than him just being checked up and caught off guard. I think we've got it now. No, we've come back live, excuse me. And this is heading into pit lane with one of our GT cars. Who is this?
This is the Tin Top Racing machine of Jack Galaxy.
They're currently in 11th in class, one of the earlier pit stalls apparently. And they come to an easy halt to take their service. Obviously not in and amongst the glitz and glamour. In fact, they are the third from last car still racing out there right now. And a few laps down from their, about 6 laps down from their class leader. But it is still just as important to get to the end of this race. Coming down towards pit entry, who have we got here? One of our LMP1s, it looks like. That is Grimshaw in the Sim HQ, who is now going to get the lap over wasted NRG once again, who just pitted in this time.
Yeah, wasted NRG just coming into the pits. They're sitting at the front of the pit lane, right behind that GTE car, as you can see. Are they going to take on tires yet? Probably not, because Batten has not been in the car very long. My thought is this is going to be just a fuel stop. He's only got 10 laps on those tires. They'll take a lot more than that as we watch him roll out of the pit lane.
And guys, after a long time without any action from the stewards, 3 in quick succession, it looks like the car of, I think that is actually the one that we saw spin off, is Miguel Bento. I'm trying to find the car number. Was black flagged. Lamoureux was black flagged, and Richard Zanker was black flagged. So that's the Occitan Racing Esports black car, the PCF Racing Neon car, and the Boogity Club Racing car. Now, I am not seeing anything on our steward sheet saying what caused that is the problem.
This is very strange. I don't see any reason for these black flags to be served.
I'm gonna check and see if I can get word from race control on this.
Yeah, I'm trying to go through, refresh my sheet, and see if I'm just not up to date on it, but no, nothing yet. But those 3 black flags, that is that crew of, or at least 2 of them are part of that crew of the LMP2 cars that we were watching earlier, right before the break, that were absolutely hammer and tongs through that, I don't know, we'll call it 100-way fight for third, because there were a lot of cars trying to make that final position on the podium.
Yeah, I'm hoping that wasn't done by mistake somehow, because sometimes you can have these controls mapped to certain hotkeys, and it was all handed out by the same steward. But I'll try and keep us abreast if we get any more information. And it does look like Bento brought that number 23 in. Christian Pereira is now taking over the car as well. So they're kind of just getting it out of the way early. Unfortunately, there's no take backsies once you come in and have and serve that. Once you get in for the pit lane, you can't exactly just be rewarded the time.
Yeah,
all very interesting stuff here going on for these in this split. Still looking for that explanation to come through, but we'll keep you abreast for sure.
Yeah, I'm still frantically refreshing over here, trying to find something, some sort of note. But we'll see if we can get directly in touch with the stewards and find out what happened there for the viewers.
I don't think we're going to be getting anything from the refreshing, unfortunately. So there could be something behind the scenes that simply has the information sheet not working for us. In the meantime, as we watch more cars carry on, ART SimRacing 1 has pitted in. Looks like Reinhut is being overtaken by Just Baumeister. So the 43 gets a new pilot in it. And it is a bunch of the Benelux drivers that are running in that team. All very much into the dead of the night over there right now. In the real world, at least where I am, it's currently 9 p.m. Eastern. So over in Europe, it's probably, especially if they're in the Netherlands, that's got to be...
It's 3 a.m.
3 a.m., yeah.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Jason Dilworth has gone to pit out of P3, currently falling to P4 while he sits in the pit lane. He went into the pits just a moment ago. That was one of the drivers, one of the teams in that multi-way battle for P3.
So will it return after the pit stops? Are they going to be separated? Of course, some of them could be on different tire strategies, which will separate them. In fact, the Prestanda Nomad 561 only took tires. And let's see, Elter took fuel and tires. Dan Neeson, the Blue Chew America's Black, had a very long stop, 1:28. Well, that's more than tires. That's almost as if they got some sort of penalty or something. Or maybe some damage to repair.
I'm looking at Quality Racing. They've put a new driver in the car. It looks like their first driver, I think. He's back in the car. So Tristan Terracciano is in the car. He had a very, very long stop. So maybe a little bit of repair going on there. That would be my guess. But they are P7 overall and P6, P9 overall. Actually just fell to P10 overall and P7 in class.
A little bit of a flash of the lights as they come into the Porsche curves. And then on they go. Still battling hard for this 10th position. Asymmetric and race tech competition. Hop on board with Corsa just behind Jacobsen. Andy's been in the car, I think, not since we joined this. I think Andy Hansen was in there when we first started, but he hopped out pretty quickly.
All right, Joe, I've gotten to the bottom of the penalties. These were penalties that were assessed, honestly, within the first 4 or 5 hours of the race, but there had not been a live admin in the session to apply those penalties until now, so that's why they're receiving them now.
Aha. So just unfortunately a little bit of delay due to lack of operational power behind the scenes. There you see one of our leaders out there, the 81, carrying on. We're going to hop on board with Terracciano and the Quality Racing car, who is trying to overtake the Vulcan SimRacing 39. This is for 6th position, and Tristan is definitely one of the faster drivers here. He's taken over for Ticehurst this lap.
Yeah, he's got the hot lap in this car for this team. So he's the guy they want to have in the car right now to get it back up to that fight for the final position on the podium, if not even farther up the podium than that. But as we look at the 69, just sticking to the tail right there, he's looking to make up some time. He's got to get around him soon, but he's going to do it in a smart way. He's just back in the car. He has to get into a groove. You don't jump in the car and start making a bunch of moves. You need to get into the groove. You have to feel what I often call the song of the track. You got to have that groove. You got to have that rhythm.
Still, and well, on top of things, blinking from the Vulcan SimRacing car is certainly not helping the situation. Just to add to the nerves for Tristan. We'll see if he's able to dispose of him relatively quickly here. And his quickest lap, you mentioned, he holds the fastest lap for his team, 37.2. And I'm trying to find what the fastest is in that class, but there's only a handful that have hit the 26s of their team's fastest lap. So it is pretty good overall. even still, he's got some work to do. Still sitting in 7th place, not quite into the top 5 yet.
It's just interesting watching. Oh, wow, that was a little bit of off track there for Terracciano. So falling back now of Lucas Adam in that Vulcan sim racing machine. But yeah, I mean, it's just interesting watching. It seems like there's been an uptick in urgency since we've crossed the 12-hour mark. And I think it's a little early to be feeling that sort of urgency, but with those penalties coming down, I think people started to feel like, oh shoot, I could get one of those, and so they're turning out the wick a little bit to try and put themselves in a better track position, just in case something happens.
Also seeing a black flag for Indy Autosport Tokyo Drift. That's the 298 car. Trying to see if we had another one, and I'm not seeing another one coming from race control here. So surely that must have been from iRacing itself then. Maybe a cut course that he didn't serve, and now he has to come into pit lane. We'll try and figure out if we can see what's going on there. They will have 3 laps to serve that. Now, 3 laps at some tracks is very, very short. You think of places like Lime Rock Park, where they go around in less than a minute. Here, he's essentially got about 10 minutes to decide how he wants to serve this.
Yeah, at Lime Rock, that would be less than a minute and a half, I would say, in one of these cars. Maybe right around a minute and a half. But here, you've got a chance to plead your case for sure with those 3 laps, because when we're looking at over 3 minutes a lap, that's a good 10 minutes easily, like you were saying.
And they are allowed to object to a penalty. They can appeal. But they only, I believe, get 1 appeal on that one. So you got to hold on to that just in case. As we continue to watch our drivers carry on. Now into the morning. It's 3:30 a.m. virtual standard time here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Drivers have been in the dark for quite some time. It's just shy of 2 hours away from the sunrise here today. And the drivers probably eager to see that and get to the happy hour, get where the cars have that speed with the cool temperatures, but also have the vision to try and get the best out of them. Sounds like we got a battle a little bit farther down here, Michael. Oh, more than a battle. What happened here?
Well, it looked like out-of-class issues going on with Kara and Nagata going through a little bit too close to each other, and probably some miscommunication. Axel Kara from Gridfinder Racing trying to get around the Stork Racing driver Akira Nagata. Now that is an out-of-class position there. The car Nagata's driving, that right there, we see the Corvette coming around the corner, kind of dodges a little bit left, I think, trying to get out of the way, and just minor contact with the wall. Doesn't look too bad, but look on board here with this back shot camera. It was just that little juke to the left. I think it was a misunderstanding, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well, there was a similar incident that was less of a misunderstanding and more of an absolute collision between the 183 High G Sim Racing tuning mods machine of Tianano Liang. This was a couple laps ago, making contact with Asan Sila of Valoris Motorsports Hermes. This one's on the protest sheet now, and that was major contact between those 2 cars. That's the 63 GTE. That was the one that was sent into the wall. They're still on pit road getting repairs now, so expect some steward action before the end of the race.
And that was the first one that we've seen protested here in the 3rd split since, gosh, about 3 or 4 hours ago at this point. It's been quite some time. If you're just joining us, we are watching the 3rd of 11 splits here for the Majors 24. And it has been fascinating in the dark seeing how these drivers have been dealing with one another and with just fighting the racetrack itself. So we see whether or not 4th place will change hands 0.7 of a second right now between the 577 and the 114, braking hard down into the Daytona chicane. They're going to be split by Whitey's Pies Racing. Curtis Bird in that car right now. That's the last of the LMP2s that is still out on track and 20th in class, and he's not going to fight that. He's going to let them through.
Yeah, and Michael, I can't imagine what it would feel like to try and race this track. I mean, there are not many lights on the Mulsanne Straight for these drivers.
Oh, no.
It's just their headlamps. So I can't imagine the terror the first couple times you get out there at night going around this track trying to set fast lap times, especially doing 200, 210 miles an hour.
Well, so yes, you're right. There is a level of terror that exists there, but there's also you get the same thing at other tracks. Let's say, for example, Circuit of the Americas, my home track. We have run some night races there, at least fairly late, I think 10 or 11 o'clock at night, and you don't have any lights anywhere except the front straight. So it's, I think, a little bit more terrifying, at least on the Mulsanne Straight. You know you've got, a good 10, 20, 30 seconds before you get to anything scary. But you do the same thing at COTA, and oh boy, there's stuff coming up pretty quick. You go into turn 3 with no lights, or lights shining off that bridge that covers turn 3. Looking through that gets to be scary because you don't necessarily know what's on the other side when there's enough glare.
Still got this battle for the 4th position, and it might change hands here as they exit Arnage and come up to the Porsche curves. Looks like Nice is going to look to the inside and is let by Elter. Did not fight it. That is now P4 for the Blue Chew America's black car.
Yeah, doing a nice job there. Both sides of that doing a great job just to stay in the race. We've been talking about it all through this broadcast. There's a lot of time left. Ooh, as Nice gets a little bit wiggly coming through the final corners. They're up through Maison Blanche. Got a little bit too much curb for my taste, and I think for the car's taste too.
I was trying to figure out if it's Nice or Nice. Actually, I'll check my information sheet here soon. He hails from Indiana, and unfortunately, ironically, the American names sometimes don't give you a hint of how they're pronounced compared to other languages.
So Greg Elter comes into the pits. I want to give Greg props. He's been very consistent and very controlled over the course of this race. Remember, Greg was part of that 6-way fight for the 3rd position and just being very consistent over the course of Greg's stints. So Greg in the pits now for that Valkyrie by Garage de Klerk machine, and it's going to be a driver change. Simon Halkin's going to jump into that machine. Let's see whether Simon can produce similarly consistent results.
Love the different types of drivers that we're getting out here, hailing from all around the world, literally. And if you're new to sim racing, as we hop on board with Tommy Mhola, here currently running in the GTE class up at the lead for Project Dynamic Green. If you're new to sim racing, this we really do legitimately mean these are drivers from all over the world competing at the same time out here at the virtual Circuit de la Sarthe. And that makes for such a unique experience in endurance racing, not something that you typically have in real-world endurance racing where everybody's on the same time zone and has to deal with the same stuff. You have people who can maybe come in and offer a bit of a different advantage.
Well, not only that, but they're drivers from all over the world who are racing together on the same team but are at home racing on their rigs from all over the world. It's one of the best things about sim racing is you get that diversity of competition, not just in time zone, but also like on your own team for these endurance races. I mean, it's often good to have a West Coast American, an East Coast American, a couple of Europeans, and then an Asian or Pacific Islander to help you finish it off, possibly Australia and New Zealand, because it's then you have people who are at the peak of their alertness for every stage of the race.
Absolutely. Sometimes easier said than done, though, of getting that team together and finding enough. And that's why sometimes you do see, as I mentioned earlier, there's a French team here. There's a Club Benelux team here as well. And when you have friends you know and trust, might as well get in the car and maybe have somebody gut it out at the midnight hours and do their best there. As we watch this Ford of Tommi Unhola, he actually hails out of Club Finland, which has quite a few. They're one that does have it somewhat spread out, as they've got Finland, Scandinavia, which is obviously very close, New York. They've got some DH drivers with Kexel in there, Benelux as well. So they have tried to spread them out as best they can. And it's certainly, I don't know many teams that will turn down help from a Finn when it comes to an endurance race.
I think it was Jeremy Clarkson on Top Gear who said, if you want to win, employ a Finn. And I can hear it. I can't quite imitate it, but I can hear it in Jeremy's voice. I wanted to report very quickly, though, and also back in the GTE field, there has been a driver change in the P3 car. Malte Stumpf is out of the car. Ziggy Schöne has popped in and is driving that Corvette for that German team.
These are very German names that they've got for the sports supports.
Sport support means sport right away.
Oh, there you go.
Sofort means right away. So very quickly, yes.
Schöne, Stumpf, Maybach, Fischer. I guess they.
Maniszewski.
That's kind of Polish, though, isn't it?
Well, yeah, there's a large Polish-German population, so he's probably also German or I'm not sure if they're from Germany, Switzerland, or Austria. They're from those, but in Germany, where I'm from, yeah, it's very common to have Polish last names all over the place.
That's to our viewers who are not familiar with iRacing. They separate some of the clubs into more so regions than specific countries. So when you hear us talk about DH, that's what we mean. That's as Michael just explained, it was Germany, Switzerland, and Austria all together. And
also that spelling of Fischer is the German spelling, so that is also German origin.
All right.
And that would be Maybach, by the way, not Maybach.
Yes, it's been a lot of years since I've taken my German classes, so.
That's okay, I'm here to help you out with that.
Grimshaw, I can say that one in the number 16. On the same lap as Batten once again, but Grimshaw has just taken his pit stop and he is back out, going to overtake the sixth place, number 13 of Lamoureux, just kind of letting him do his own thing as he pulls to the side, coming down the Mulsanne straight and into the Daytona chicane. Batten, has he still been losing time? Yes, he has. Batten has not seemed to be able to match the pace of Grimshaw.
And we've had a spin from Steven Jacobson in the Race Tech Competition LMP2 machine, just coming onto the front straightaway. This was a self-spin, so...
Yeah. We hadn't seen all that many incidents during the dark, and now suddenly we're just getting a bunch of them.
Well, we've seen a couple of these, though. This was is the very simple, just... You drop that left rear wheel over that curb, and it just unsettles the car. You can see him dragging a little bit of the front splitter there. But getting back onto the track as the Race Tech Competition machine did not lose any positions or even that much time, to be honest with you. Still a lot of place in the LMP2s. And Joe, I think I'm just going to call it for Hardcore Green.
Yeah.
They have dropped all the way back to behind our last running GTE machine, so I'm going to call them and Valkyrie by Francorchamps Miniatures as DNFs today. That puts us at 12.
Yeah, stick a fork in them. They're done. That's not a car that's coming back, and if it is, it's not going to be soon. But no, I was the point that I was going to get to here, Michael, was that one thing that I've always found interesting is that fatigue in endurance sim racing versus fatigue in real world endurance racing seems to differ, but in ways that I don't think I would have expected or predicted until I got into sim racing.
Well, there's definitely a brain fade. There's brain fade in both. And yes. the brain fade is probably the biggest point of fatigue. Well, don't look at any pictures of me recently, but when I am in full on ready to go racing, I trim down, I drop probably 8 to 10 kilos, so about 22 pounds, and I am fit. I am super fit. So being behind the wheel, yes, you're getting 2G, 3G, depending on whatever class you're racing in. You get several Gs against your body going through these corners, but you're held into the car. It is still a very physical thing. But really the biggest problem is that mental fatigue. So while, yeah, there is also that physical fatigue, and there's the fear of the wall, you don't have as much fear of the wall in a sim race, and you might push it a little harder, and it creates even more brain fatigue. So I find them to be kind of similar, but yeah, I do agree there is definitely a difference in them.
Indeed. I never really considered the adrenaline keeping you a little bit sharper in a different way.
No adrenaline. Absolutely
Really?
not. No, adrenaline's great when you need to outrun a bear. And if we can get like a blimp shot here and you just take a look, I guarantee you will find 0 bears here. Think of it this way. Do you want precision? Do you want that absolute fine touch? Imagine your surgeon coming in to take out your appendix full of adrenaline. They're probably going to make a little bit longer cut than you had expected. And behind the wheel of a race car, you need to have that super light touch. You need to have that amazing precision, and you need the patience. And as soon as adrenaline comes into it, you have completely lost that. And it's going to affect you in a negative way behind the wheel.
By the way, I looked it up. There are brown bears in France.
There are. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I don't think they're on the track at the moment.
No. Certainly
Okay,
not.
good.
I don't think they're getting inside the car either, unless you have an accident, in which case you've already got other problems. But anyways, I digress as we continue to watch. I believe this is the 3 car that we've got on screen right now, who is currently running in 11th place out for Stefan Jacobson in the Race Tech competition car, coming onto the Mulsanne. Yet more traffic in front of him. That's going to be our leader in the GTEs that he's going to overtake, along with looks like it's the leader and it's the last running car in the GTEs. So there's a perfect symmetry for you.
Yeah, and hopefully we haven't seen any of the LMP machines in recent years do a Mark Webber flip. So hopefully no one's going to run into any bears out there in the woods. But yeah, that was Stefan Jacobson going by Akira Nagata and Tommy Michael Unhula. And yeah, Stefan just trying to hang on to that 11th position over Just J. Bullmeister, who is driving the number 43 machine. Number 43 ART SimRacing 1 machine. It looks like Blue Chew America's Black is back into the pits with Danny staying in the car.
Yep, his first stint completed, and so we'll see where he cycles back out. Those around him, Lamoureux and Terracciano, are going to carry on. Let's see who else is on a similar pit strategy to him. It looks like Lucas Adam might be coming up, but I don't think he's going to get there in time, because it does look like Dan is putting in both fuel and tires. No, just fuel for the 114, and he is back on his way.
Yeah, taking a look on screen right now at this battle. These cars are starting to spread out. This is not getting too crazy at this point. I think everybody has had their little spurt of battle. Right when we came back from break, there was a big kind of, we're going to make up some time. We're going to move in. We're going to do some stuff. And right before as well. But right now, as I look through the field and just kind of take a look, everybody seems to be settling down again. And I think that's just kind of an effect of the night. However, I got to say, if we take a look up at Lamoureux, in P9 overall, he is actually closing down on the Blue Chew America's car, Blue Chew America's Black. So we have the Ostaton's Racing Esports Black closing up. They are under half a second here. Well, right at half a second. Well, and as soon as I say that, they're back under, closing up very quickly. The draft is working beautifully for Lamoureux. He is going to back out a little bit, though. Did you notice that? He came up there and he decided to do a little bit of lift and coast. So I think not only is he closing down on him, he's also saving fuel. So good job.
Well, we have to remember that Nice just stopped, so that's what allowed him to close up the big chunk right there. But he's on a very different strategy because Lamoureux should be pitting in the next 2 to 3 laps. Yeah. Still, I'm sure he wants this track position.
And Lamoureux took tires last time in the pits, and Nice did not, so they're on very different strategies here. So Lamoureux may decide to hang out behind Nice to try and save some fuel. But with fresh tires, I would expect Lamoureux to try and make the pass, and here he goes.
Easy peasy. The Mulsanne, if you've got the top end speed, gives you a much more simple time to try and make these passes. It's assuming that the other driver does not try to fight back with his own slipstream when he tucks in behind you. There he goes. So Lamoureux now grabs 5th position. He's going to have to hand that back eventually. And what did I just say? Here comes Nice trying to fight back.
Yeah, now Nice needs to be careful offline, and let's watch this pass, but I want to go back once this happens to Akira Nagata, who had just gotten passed by an out-of-class car. Let's let this go by, but Nagata had a kind of a self-spin happen simply because he was offline. He was allowing another car to come through. We got a lot of marbles, or as one of the former F1 commentators used to say, some clag offline, and it makes it really difficult to keep the car pointed in the right direction. So these guys doing a nice job getting around their little celebratory light flash as we go through there. But when these cars get offline, you may think you are fine, but you go into the braking zone and suddenly rear wheels lock up, front wheels lock up. Something odd happens because you're into those marbles.
Yeah, they certainly act pretty similar to what the real thing does, and that's why iRacing simulates that. This track is adapting just as a real track would. They're putting rubber down, they're putting marbles down, and kicking up all kinds of dirt, as well as another pass is made with Lamoureux getting that spot right back once again. And it almost looks like Nice maybe was giving some time back.
A slowdown for sure for Nice. He missed the final part of the Porsche curves. Just went wide on the exit, and so that's going to drop him back at least a second and a half, possibly 2 seconds. Now, another thing to note is when those penalties were handed out that we talked about earlier, PCF Racing Neon got a 1-lap stop and hold. So they're now 3 laps behind Wasted Energy at this point, our last running LMP1 car at the moment. And they're well and truly out of it unless one of the drivers ahead has an issue.
Which, as we've seen, can certainly happen. And we lost one just before we came live, and only just now have basically decided that's it for them, even though they haven't given the official races over for their team. And we are once again closing in on our latest of hour marks here, but we still got a little bit of time. One thing I wonder if we could do is we could get a ride on board with a couple of our LMP1s, because one thing I love about what iRacing did is the sound difference between both LMP1s is extremely distinct. Let's give a little bit of a listen and ride on board for a little bit.
That wonderful diesel sound, and so much torque out of that motor. Love the way that motor sounds, the way that car sounds. Now if we go over and take a listen to one of the Porsches, it's a very different sound in this car. You know, it's funny, I really, really love the sound and the feel of the Audi, but for some reason I'm faster in the Porsche. I don't know. How about you guys?
I like the sound of the Audi Much better. To be honest, I have not driven the LMP1s all that much. That's a little bit above my pay grade.
I did an official race at this track with a team, an official 24-hour race at this track with a team a couple of years ago, and we drove the Porsche. And I'll be honest, when you get to the end of those straights and the thing's just whining at you at the top gear, that actually creates its own fatigue. Sound fatigue is a real thing that can affect drivers.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, dishwashers and roadies alike. So
that's why we wear earplugs in the car. It's loud, but you also want to tune out some frequencies. Some race. So yeah, that would be our last place car, our last running car right there. That was I want to say Akira Nagata. Almost having another issue. That was very heads-up driving from the LMP driver.
Flashing his lights, not too appreciatively, I think. And again, I went back from on board. It looked like there was some movement, but honestly, if we went back and watched the replay from above, Nagata didn't really make any sudden moves. He just kind of held in the middle of the track.
Yeah, I think it was just bad positioning from Nagata. You have to be aware, and here we go, taking a look from the replay machine at that not exactly what we were looking for. But watch him as he comes through here, just goes to put the power down, and the LMP car trying to come up. Yeah, it's a
someone
positioning.
Else right now.
Yeah, that was the one I just watched on my side monitor. So the one we had watched. Oh boy, that was interesting.
Well, so he's had
rear brake lockup.
He's had a lot of moments here in this lap. So there's that near off, another near off in the chicane immediately after, and then this. Well, this is what I was talking about.
Yeah, this explains why he was so in the middle of the track here, because I'm pretty sure he's trying to recover from, mentally recover from that incident. And speaking of incidents, our high-G SimRacing tuning mods machine with Tianyano Jiang just had another incident in that class, and there we see our Nagata kind of taken to the side of the road a little bit there. We're going to take a look at the high-G SimRacing machine and their particular incident here. And looks like, just getting a little loose coming around Mulsanne 2.
Yeah, a little bit too much of the curbing on the inside there.
Don't do that.
Bit
It's sketchy.
Hold your brakes, folks. This is going to be... you hear this in every level of racing, real life and not real life. Hold your brakes when you're in a wreck, because that drift back onto the track could have ended with somebody T-boning you, and that's not just the end of your race. Sometimes that can end your career.
I might have to send a picture of the shirt that I'm wearing. It's an upshift, downshift, O-shift. And there was an F in that, so it's okay. So upshift, downshift, O-shift, and it's the O-shift that's both feet in. You will hear it from your very first racing class. You start to spin. When you spin, both feet in. That's what they always say. It's what I always say. It's what everybody always says. So remember, when you spin, both feet in.
Okay, so I want this to be noted. I don't know if iRacing can.
That's with a 3-pedal car, though.
Yeah, true. But there has been debate for years on the iRacing forums. Everybody said this is unrealistic, but you could do it in iRacing, and it works in iRacing. So here you heard it from not only a real-world racer, but a driver coach just said you actually use this method in real life. Both feet, the 2-foot mash is what it's been called in iRacing. So there you go, folks.
And I'm wearing the shirt to prove it. I'll take a picture of it and post it, so maybe we can get somebody to put it up in the social media side.
Is Guest in pit lane? Yes, he is. He has... Batten has hopped out, and Wasted NRG is already putting somebody else in. That was a
two stints. So they must have realized that Batten was did not have the speed on SimHQ with Grimshaw in the car, and they need someone faster.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going on. I don't think that was a planned length of stint, especially with how long Boomsma went. Now, Preston didn't go too very long. I think he did 3, it looks like, before him. But Batten was in for quite a while before. I guess when you figure out what the stakes are, you got to put the fastest guy in there, and Tom Guest is going to be taking over. but this is his first stint of the race. So you talked about it before, Michael, getting adapted to the car. He really has to, because he has no point of reference.
Yeah, when you jump into a car, especially in the middle of the night, if you've been out of the car for a while, or even if it's your first stint, you really got to get adapted, and it's difficult. You need several laps, and I've mentioned this before, post-race interviews and stuff, with you even, where I don't even get going until a good 30 minutes into my stint. Then I'm really in a groove and I know what I'm doing.
And guys, I can report that the 9th place Apex Tech Racing ALE, number 42 in the GTEs. This is EJ Fulner. He had his own wreck through the Porsche curves. Just clipped the inside curb so much so that it launched him up into the air and sent him into the barriers. So unfortunately, they're in the pits right now. 7.5 minutes in the pits working on repairs on that machine. That's a bad looking GTE Porsche 911 right now.
Interesting note. I went to check the lap times of the 16 car. We missed a spin that they had coming into the chicane, and they got it going. They didn't hit anything, but that definitely cost them time. It looks like probably about 11 to 12 seconds difference between their normal lap times. And so the fight is definitely on. The question is, and the reason I went to look at the lap times is because I was curious what the 16 car is doing on average, so that we can try and gauge whether or not Tom Guest is going to start cutting down on that.
I would expect it's about time. Let's take a look at this replay here, though, as we watch them. Ooh, hitting a little cone there. Interesting. Like I said before, it's not autocross, but sure enough, comes right around. Once again, I think it's kind of the same spin there, catching too much of that inside curbing as he puts it behind the walls, comes back around, and rejoins after, right into traffic. Ooh, that was close.
So that cost them a little bit of time, but Guest did not come back out on the same lap. He is still a lap down from Grimshaw, who will be pitting over the next 3 or 4 laps. And now suddenly we're getting drivers coming over the text chat asking what all the black flags were for earlier. So we're not the only ones that were a bit caught out by that one. I have not seen any new penalties on our spreadsheet from the stewards at this point, and in fact no new other than the one that we mentioned between the 183 car and the 63 in here in split number 3 that have been protested lately. So this looks like everybody has been at least staying relatively calm on this one. And it looks like the 69 machine is in, so Terracciano is taking service and fuel only, no tires, and is going to return.
So is the GTE former leader now, the Project Dynamic Green machine with Chissy Chusano, who's got into the machine, and Penguin RC Simulation Justin Nasir goes by. So another change of lead for those GTs as they continue to swap alternate pit strategies.
Yeah, we'll see how that one continues too, because Justin Nasir was closing it down pretty well on the previous driver in that Project Dynamic Green, Unola. He was doing a great job holding position and really making a clean run through even some difficult traffic situations. But now it's time for a driver change. Let's see how Chusano is able to pilot that car around and maybe get it back into the lead.
On board here with Lubac as he does his best to try and catch up to Jacobson. Up ahead of them, there is no traffic coming up of slower class cars, so this is going to be a straight fight for a little bit between this pair for the 9th position. But we're going to have to step away from this battle because it is time for our top 5 rundown in each of the classes at the top of the hour. And Sim HQ Motorsports Orange still continuing to lead the way, have not given up the lead for quite some time, and Grimshaw has gotten back in the car. Up behind him, a lap down. Tom Guest has just topped in, but we haven't seen any lap times for him yet. We have to wait patiently to see whether or not he's going to be faster than Batten, who lost a good chunk of time to that number 16 car. And we theorize that maybe that is why they put Tom into the driver's seat now. Then in third, the last of our LMP1s that is running, Hans Seeger is in the 919 PCF Racing Neon. They are now 3 laps down, having served a penalty recently, and are just kind of trundling, hoping to collect this podium finish, because that is at least guaranteed to them at the moment.
And in the LMP2, safety car racing team continues to lead. Theo Fouillard has been around for the entire 3 hours that we've been doing this broadcast, and man is still on a charge, still putting in decent lap times, but losing a little bit of time to the IPM red team. In second position, the 693 team is a lap down at the moment, but under the hands of Goncialo Narciso, is doing quite well, putting in lap times about 2 seconds faster than the safety car racing team up ahead. Then we get into third position with Prestanda Nomad 561. This is driven by Jason Dilworth. This is the result of that 3-car fight that we had about 45 minutes ago. And they're currently in the third position, holding on to that by a good 15.5 seconds over Blue Chew America's Black with Dan Neese. Dan Neese doing a good job driving that car around right now, and currently putting in some decent lap times on par with the cars around him. So Dan Neese 10 seconds ahead of 5th position now. Vulcan Sim Racing, this just changed hands. Lucas Adam able to get past Tristan Terracino for the 5th position in that Vulcan Sim Racing machine. The number 39 able to make that pass at Mulsanne 1 after Quality Control Racing 69 6th position. Just took it a little bit too deep into that corner. But Michael, why don't you tell us about the GTEs?
And the GTE field, Justin Nassier is leading the field currently in the Penguin RC simulation. However, he is 11 of generally about 12 laps, maybe 13 laps into a stint in the Ford versus Ferrari battle. That would be in the Ferrari. But if we go and take a look at the Ford, it is a new driver in that car as well. Jesse Chosano in the Project Dynamic Green, driving that Ford GTE car. He's holding his own, hasn't been in the car for very long. Took it over from Unola just a bit ago. I think this might actually be his outlap. So going back to third place, our Germanic team, Sport Sofort Racing, Ziggy Schöne is in the car at the moment, holding down third position, and just being a quite solid driver in that spot. Also about 10 laps into the current stint, and will probably be pitting within the next lap or two. Going back one more position, P4 WS Racing Esports 220. Dominic Nökel is in the car at the moment in that Porsche 991 RSR. That is the first car in the first Porsche, I should say, in the GTE field, currently holding down P4. And going back to P5, we have Arthur Delamano. That's easy for me to say. In the Rest in Peace Le Mans 24-hour car. This is the second Ferrari in the field. So we are in our top 5, bookended by Ferraris, with one Corvette and one Ford and one Porsche in between them.
And a partridge in a pear tree, but we have 4 hours left, we're at 4 a.m. rather, here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, and we have 11 hours to go. I'm sure the drivers wish it was 4 hours to go. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back with more coverage here of the third split of the Majors 24 here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Welcome back. We're here at the Circuit de la Sarthe for the Majors 24. It is now down to 11 hours left to go. Mike Grimshaw leads in SimHQ Motorsports Orange for the LMP1s. The 16 car has held the lead for a couple hours now. Safety car racing team has pitted in and is still in the lead, but that number 7 has finally gotten Theo out of the car, and it is Alexander Feb who is in the LMP2 machine now. Down in the GTEs, Penguin RC Simulation has Justin Nasir and the 03 leading there. They have been swapping the lead with Project Dynamic Green frequently since our coverage began here, and this is the third split out of 11 that we are watching here today. So there's lots of racing going on right now, and it looks like we got a bit of a battle starting to brew. No, actually, excuse me, I think that is our overall leader, so that's not a battle for position. That's just putting the lap on Jishong Guo and the High G Sim Racing tuning mods car, who's currently in 17th.
Yeah, down in the Sorry.
11 splits. This is such an epic event, to be honest with you. 11 splits of drivers, each one with about 40 to 50 cars per split. I mean, do the math. That is a lot of teams, and each of them have 2 to 8 drivers.
500 plus teams are competing here.
Wow.
Yes, and this, for those that are watching this and are familiar with iRacing, yes, we've seen a lot more teams in some of the official races, but this is a league event. So for 500 teams, that's not 500 drivers, 500 teams to compete. That is amazing. And the organization that the majors have put together to hold this for the second year in a row is something to behold. I can't thank them enough. I do want to give a chance to tip my hat as we watch a pit stop here from Grimshaw to everybody behind the scenes. There is an army of people to make 11 splits happen smoothly.
And it is a huge undertaking to do something like this, as looks like our Penguin RC simulation the leader of the GTE is going into pit lane at the moment, so we could see a change with the number 712 from Project Dynamic Green making the pass here soon. There is still a good 40 seconds for that to happen, but trundling down this pit lane at 37 miles per hour after you've been doing 180 in these GTE cars on the backstretch, well, it feels like you could get out and push the car faster. But right now on board with the Project Dynamic Green, he's coming around. This looks like he's coming through Maison Blanche. Yep, coming up through here. And then he's coming in through these last couple of chicanes. We are about to see a lead change. Project Dynamic Green on a slightly different pit strategy, just a couple of laps off. Looks like they are going to take the lead back in the Porsche. In the Porsche. I just want it to be a Porsche. I'm a Porsche fan, but taking it back in the Ford GTE in this Ford versus Ferrari battle.
Yeah.
And so it looks like Penguin is just coming out now, so it's not going to be as big of a distance as it was from before the pit stop. So looks like it is still slightly in favor, I'd say, to the 03 car.
Yeah, definitely. And while you're trundling down that pit lane, it gives you a chance to do a bunch of things that you haven't been able to do while you're on track. Like shift your weight a little bit because you've got that, that pressure point that's been bugging you for the last 10 laps. You've got, you can take a swig of water because you might not have had a chance depending on what kind of battle you're in. You can think a little bit about strategy because up to this point, trying to stay focused on what's on track. But all the while, you need to make sure to sight your pit box and slide right in there. Make sure not to go too deep or get too close to the wall and add to your pit stop time. So definitely that was some scary moments between classes there.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. That was Baumeister trying to make it around. I think that was Baumeister trying to make it around that out-of-class car. That was a GTE car slightly in the way there. But looks like he's trying to close it back up on the driver ahead of him.
By the way, earlier I had mentioned that we needed to see what Tom Guest could do. Well, unfortunately, he is not running competitive times compared to Grimshaw. Grimshaw's still pulling away by multiple seconds a lap on average. So it's not looking good for wasted energy. But again, we haven't talked about this in a while. Cautions, full course cautions are a thing in this race, and we haven't seen one since the first few hours of the race. And though they are randomly selected, and the number of them are randomly selected, up to 5 of them, there's still a very good chance we could have another at any time. And that is where Guest wants to try and get ahead of Grimshaw during the pit sequence and hope that the yellow comes out at that time.
Another thing to update everyone on is Boogity Club Racing, who were in the battle for the top 5 positions in the LMP2. The 23 machine has been in the pits for 8.5 minutes. So they collected some damage somewhere along the way, some significant damage. And they're still repairing that machine after getting a penalty served to them that was assessed in the early portions of this race. But look at this. Good run from Claudio Greco on Brewmeister, and going to go around the outside. And looks like going to get that job done before Indianapolis. Brewmeister's going to fall in behind.
Yep, important to get that done before Indianapolis. Always tough to try and make passes into there. I'm trying to check and see if I can find what happened to the 23 machine. See if this was car contact or if he just ran into the wall somewhere. This is a long time to be in the pit lane. And I'm not seeing anything quite yet, unless I just was moving too fast on my replay. Oh, maybe we found it. Maybe our ooh, and this is just coming out of the pits. So that's Pereira in the car. There's not much to hit here into the Dunlop chicane. Down through the Chapel rundown. There is some things that you could run into here.
Like a car that's been run into a few times now.
He's gonna get... Ooh, wow, that was close. That was close between them. He got by.
That's interesting. But
then he pulls
over.
No, I think that's that may have been a slowdown. I think he went too wide there, and then...
No, we didn't find it, I guess. Yeah. We'll try and investigate. We'll see if we can figure out what caused that. But yeah, that's a significant development for a driver that was looking at a top 5, a team that was looking at a top 5 here today. But we'll see what we can do to try and expand upon that story for our viewers before we take off. This is the last hour of coverage right now in split number 3. And then we head over to split 4 for the next team, where Reese Gardner is going to take over for us. And as we hop on board among these high speeds between the Armco and...
I'm surprised, sorry, it was Netco didn't get a slow... Oh, there we go. I think they got a slowdown. I think they went a little bit too wide coming out of the corner there, heading onto the Mulsanne straight. Looks like backed out of it pretty significantly and is trying to bleed off very slowly. You've got about 30 to 40 seconds to bleed it off, but it depends on how much time there is. You got to be very careful to get it done before, otherwise you get a black flag.
Exactly. And that black flag can only be served by actually coming into the pit lane. So it is imperative that you give that time back before it's too late. And it does look like the 77 is starting to drop off the back of ART, unless this switches back again, because Adam, we've been seeing those two getting into battles here and there for almost the entire time we've been covering this split.
Yeah, absolutely. So, those two enjoying a little bit of battling, but, also involved with North SimRacing White as well, up ahead of them. So no surprise to see these 3 machines tucked under a blanket right now. But considering the fact that most of the rest of the battles on track have separated, to see these 3 cars that are all on the same pit strategy duking it out with one another is, we're pretty far into this race. We're, 13 hours into this race, and they're still having an on-track battle for position on the same pit cycle. So that's definitely noteworthy.
It is. And for a while, I thought that it was going to be noteworthy for the battle for 9th, because Andy Corso was catching up on Gladden in the Vulcan Sim Racing car, but lap traffic separated them once again. That said, it is still 1.2 seconds between them. And was that an off track? I just turned over and looked at our screen. And almost,
I'm not sure it was it was close. I don't think it was an off track though.
Okay, for a second it looked like he was slow, and I was a bit worried there. I guess it's just the nature of Arnage for a Brewmeister.
I found it. I found what happened to Boogity Club Racing. Christian Pereira came into the pits and pulled into the garage area entry and towed from within pit lane. And that means he has to take the full tow around the track, which
really
takes a while.
Not 12 minutes, though, I would think. It's because it's only, I want to say, 8 minutes at the Nürburgring. Yeah, this is strange.
It might be a glitch, but I'm not sure. They're still in the pits taking repairs, so maybe blew his engine. I'm not sure what happened, but definitely took a right into the garage area and towed from within pit lane.
And I wonder. Well, no, he's in the car right now. I was going to say maybe he had some issue that he had to leave the sim, but he's in the car right now, so that's not it. This is a bizarre one. Definitely not something I'm used to. Looks like the 669 North SimRacing White is pitting in. Claudio Greco looks like he's going to continue on with another stint. He's been in there since lap 187. And yeah, he's back out with just fuel, no tires, and on his merry way. We're currently, 4:30 a.m. virtual standard time right now. Now, sunrise is going to be at about 5:45 a.m. So we'll see. Yeah, and in fact, here we go. Look at that.
Yep.
Just a little bit of sunlight creeping over the horizon.
Starting to see those cloud outlines. That one right there, to me, looks like France. I wonder if iRacing did that on purpose. Just the shape. See the shape? It looks kind of like France.
They're procedurally generated, so I don't think that's the case. That's this random generation for the clouds. So that
Michael, you just Rorschach tested yourself.
I was going to say, Sigmund Freud might want to have a discussion with you. So,
well, as long as a race team wants to have a discussion with me and put me in that LMP3.
Oh, that's our leader.
That was Grimshaw?
That was Grimshaw that got pushed around by Jishung Zhou in the P16 LMP2. This is completely unexpected. More contact between the two of them.
Ooh. I wonder if we're going to see another protest here soon between the pair of them.
That's like major front right damage for Mike Grimshaw. Major front right damage.
And that's surprising. So looks like the LMP2 driver did not take note of the GTE driver in front and just got up underneath there, and then contact again a little bit later as we go down around. Wow, this is not good. Not good at all.
Grimshaw is down by 15 miles per hour.
Wow.
And Guan Zhou just sent one after him and hit the inside wall, the outside wall of Mulsanne 1. This does not look good for either team.
Ooh, that's going to be
way down on speed, way down.
That's what Guest is going to need for that to happen. But when you can't get an LMP1 car even over 200 miles per hour, it's time to come in and get some damage taken care of.
And unfortunately for SimHQ Motorsports, this is only lap 3 of the stint. It's way too early if they're on a specific strategy out there, they're going to have to change it. Or just suck up the time loss, which frankly I think it'd be better to come in and pit. This is going to be many, many seconds, perhaps minutes lost in this stint if they stay out.
It's at least a nose clip change, but my guess is they've lost hybrid to the front right wheel if they're not getting over 200 miles an hour. Mike can also be definitely working something in the car. He's trying to. He's definitely not 100% paying attention to the direction of that machine right now.
Yeah, he's stuck at about 195 miles per hour right there as he was coming down into the turn to get into Indianapolis. He should have been over 200 at that point. That's not where he wanted to be. And, yeah, the car is driving funny. I think he's going to have to come in
11 into the braking zones after the straights, and he's now at 195. So he's lost 16 miles an hour.
And we'll find out whether or not they choose to come in this time by. I got to think after the evidence they've seen, it would make sense to. Question is whether he has anybody on the box that is watching and helping him try and figure this out. Because
that car's not turning.
There's some splitter damage. I'm trying to look around the car here, and I see some pretty heavy splitter damage to the right front. It looks like it got crunched pretty bad on the secondary hit. Yep, he's in the pits. Right thing to do. He's got to get in here and get this fixed very quickly so he can get back onto the track and get that position back.
So Guest is likely going to manage to get that lead lap back. However, as we mentioned, he's not been quicker. But this will, the big question mark is the damage repairable to get the car to 100%?
If they damage the hybrid system, it's not. If it's just front clip damage, then they could get the front clip repaired and be back up to speed. But if they damage that hybrid system on the front right tire, that's not coming back.
Can we get a picture of the nose here from the front? I'd love to see the nose from the front on this. That is really jacked up. To look at the right front, you can see the right front wheel. They are repairing it though.
There we
go.
Look at
that. Ooh. Yeah, it is going to be a quick change. That was lucky. Very quick change. So they played that like real life. Not the way it kind of reformed itself, but they played that as far as iRacing goes, in a way like they pulled off the nose of the car and put it back on. But now we got a real race going on. This is now putting Tom Guest in the wasted NRG car right at about 2 3/4 minutes behind him. So this is starting to get close. Now, also note though, those guys are on lap 10. So this is going to change lap 10 of their current stint. So this is going to change the pit rotation a little bit.
Speed check time. Is Mike back up to speed? We're about to find out on this straightaway. 195, bursting past 195, over 200.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. He's back. He's got it back.
He's got the speed back.
Yeah, that looks about back to normal. So, whew, a bullet dodged, but a perfect example of how things can so quickly go wrong in ways that you don't expect. But like you mentioned, this now puts them on just about the same strategy as wasted NRG. And I suspect Grimshaw probably had them completely refuel the car. Now, obviously, he didn't take tires. We didn't see him go up on the jacks. But if you're going to get there, go in and take repairs, you might as well try and put as much fuel that'll go in as you can.
Absolutely. If you're there and you can fuel at the same time, which normally in this series you can't, but as long as you're stopped, you may as well go ahead and take fuel on as much as you can get away with, because you're going to need it. And then just change your pit strategy, change your timing, run one driver a little bit long. But I'm also taking a look over at Tom Guest in the wasted NRG car as he was coming down.
Oh no!
Oh no!
And that is Grimshaw. Thankfully, the car coming through avoids him. That was good heads up on his part to not try and move the car in reaction. And he did not get hit, but there's more time lost. I don't know if he's rattled or if there is maybe a little bit of handling damage on it.
I'm sure the car feels different at this point, but he's got the speed back, so it's just got to readapt to, you're driving a new car now. You got to think about, okay, and now I'm not driving the car I have been driving. I've got a new setup. I've got a new machine under me. Time to relearn how to drive this thing.
Yeah, but as I was noting, as that spin happened, wasted NRG was able to get up to 209 miles per hour going into the turn before Indy, or Indianapolis. So that car's moving. I think they're trying to make up some speed now as the wasted NRG car does make its way into pit lane.
Yep, so this is going to be the scheduled stop for them. Grimshaw might actually still overtake and get back ahead.
It's going to be close for sure. We're looking at 47 seconds. Well, it's about 1:10 on the lane. I think Grimshaw will get ahead, but it'll be about 20 seconds ahead versus the minute ahead that they used to have.
Indeed. Man, if wasted NRG has a hot shoe at the ready, I feel like now is the time to pop them in the car, but they are not changing drivers. Guest is going to stay in, and he hasn't shown that great a pace. It's been 3:15 to 3:13 laps for him. Grimshaw is able to run 3:13s to 3:11s comparatively.
Yeah, Grimshaw's tight, Michael. I can see him struggling on corner exit to get the car to pull, so it's possible he still has a little bit of hybrid damage on that right front that's not allowing the car to turn right as effectively as it used to, but it's not affecting his top speed, so he should be able to adapt.
I think adaptability is the key here, and any endurance racer knows this car you start with and the car you end with are quite often very different beasts. So I would expect there's either hybrid drive damage, probably not. He's still got a good chunk of speed, but maybe a little bit of maybe lower control arm, steering arm, something like that that's causing him to have some issues in that right turn.
So far, he's managing, and as we mentioned, he is going to be a lap ahead of Tom Guest in the 674 car, which is really what they want. And honestly, I think he's going to be that lap ahead for pretty much the entirety of the stint. There's only, I think, a lap difference between their pit stops now. So this actually kind of works against the 674 team, if anything, because now they have less time that they're on the same lap as the 16 car, which is really what they need.
This is where the strategist really comes into play. And I think a lot of endurance teams, especially they call it crap can racing. So the $500 race cars, that they try to do just simple math, go, oh, well, we have this many laps left. Well, who do you put in the car? How long do you keep them in there? How long of a stent can they pull? Can they do some lift and coast and extend the stent? You have to start thinking about those things, and that's why you need a strategist in your pit box with you to help you figure that out. I think every one of these teams here in the third split has a strategist on their team. It may be the person in the car, but I'm pretty sure they've got a strategist trying to figure this stuff out right now.
By the way, we've had some top runners in the LMP2s pit in. Prastada Nomad 561 has sent Jason Dilworth in to get fuel. We'll see if he gets tires as well. Terracciano is also pitting in the 69. Those two were relatively close on track, though not directly battling, and obviously they're on the same pit strategy. I don't think they're going to be caught by Dan Neese, who's the next one back in the Blue Chew black car.
Yeah, so lots of things developing all over the circuit at this point. But the most recent being Mike Grimshaw's contact with an LMP2 backrunner. So unfortunately for him, that cost him an extra pit stop to replace the nose of that LMP1. So back out there is Grimshaw, still leading and still a lap ahead of the wasted NRG of Tom Guest. And Tom Guest having just pitted we're waiting for a representative lap time comparing Grimshaw's new nosed LMP1 machine to Tom Guest's clean LMP1 machine.
It looks like we got one, a 312 last time for Grimshaw, which is pretty much smack dab in the middle of what he was able to achieve before. So it looks comparable at the least. And I think that should keep them, if not faster than the 674 team, at the same pace. And you can't complain if you've got a full lap ahead of your nearest rival and you're running the same pace.
True that is. But I want to take a look back for a moment in the GTE field. We've got the Penguin RC simulation. Now, Project Dynamic Green and Penguin RC simulation have been going back and forth through the pit rotation. But right now, Justin Nessier is about a second or two faster on average over this stint. I think we might see some changes happening here really soon, and probably what needs to happen is Jesse Chisano needs to either pick up the pace, maybe when sunrise comes around, or put another driver in the car to finish out the time, because some drivers, they just don't drive well at night. Others are great at night. So it's hard to say what to do here. Who runs the team? Who's making the decisions there? But Justin Nessier is definitely closing it down at a very gradual, light rate.
In the meantime, this is Dan Neese. Remember, I mentioned I didn't think he was going to be catching them. Well, he actually came out between Dilworth and Terracciano and is now trying to see if he can take that third place away. Granted, they are on opposing pit strategies, as it's 5 laps in for Dan, as Dilworth has just emerged from pit lane himself. Coming into Indianapolis, half a second splits the pair of them.
And that's Mike Grimshaw just a couple cars up ahead. So Dan Neese trying to follow Grimshaw through on Dilworth. Dilworth with a great exit, though, coming off of there and now headed towards the Porsche curves. Dan Neese even flashing the lights at Dilworth. So just an interesting little moment saying, hey, guess what, Jason? I'm right here. So would you mind making a mistake in the Porsche curves, please? Thanks.
I'm starting to suspect that Bugatti Club Racing is our latest team to have exited the race. They don't have an official checkered flag. In fact, they do have a meatball flag. I don't know if we ever reported that. So they did have, it was for damage, no doubt.
You might be right on that blown motor then.
I think so. I think that's the culprit, frankly.
It was hard to see if there was smoke coming out because of the lighting conditions, but it may have been they blew the motor coming through there, downshifted, ran it a little bit too long in gear or something.
Yeah, that'd be my guess on this one. A bit surprising. we heard drivers say beforehand, asking us if we'd be interviewing people and whatnot, the drivers that have stepped out of the cockpit. And yes, we said we'd love to. We haven't seen a single one. So if you're out there and you're part of a team, especially here in the third split right now, obviously, since we're covering that, definitely come in and chat with us. We'd love to get information, especially on some of these more mysterious situations out on track. But
oh, and another note, if you are here and you are from one of the teams and we just know you from somewhere else, please post in our YouTube chat that you're here to talk about the Majors 24. That will help us a lot. Thanks.
Yeah, or at least change your Discord name to reflect the car number or something that can help us out. Because I tell you what, it's 500 teams and we're covering about 200 of them. So we need some help. As we continue to ride on board down into the chicane, Dan still within that half a second, but Dilworth is doing a great job keeping calm with him so close behind.
Yeah, he's closing this down, though. We watch here on board, and it just keeps getting closer and closer. So we're about to see a pass, and it might be before the end of this sentence as he runs right up on the back of him, but then pulls a lifting coast before they get into the chicane. Actually, a pretty smart move. He's probably going to make this pass going down into Indianapolis.
Still no recent protests in the third split, not since the 183 and the 63 some hours ago. And they have not had anything determined since then. I suspect the stewards are still closely watching the top split. It's when they can find time to come down and check out what's happening in these and make a determination on those. Coming through Mulsanne corner, great exit by Jason, but it's only 0.3 of a second. Dan's certainly going to get enough of a slipstream to pass if he wants to.
It's the choice now for Dan whether he wants to go by, and he chooses to go by, tucking himself to the inside. If they go through the next right-hander before Indianapolis, Jason ducks in behind Dan and not going to challenge into Indianapolis. In fact, backs out of it. Smart move there. It's often that you over-brake yourself into Indianapolis when you're tucked in behind a car, so you want to give them a little bit more space so you can find your own braking point, especially with how much of your windshield that other LMP2 is taking up in your front windscreen.
And very quickly running away, Dan looks to be having the legs over the 561 car. It's already up to 1.1 seconds between them. We'll see if that continues on through the Porsche curves as well. Getting close to being done with our coverage here of the third split. So unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye within the next 23 minutes. And then we'll be sending you off into the fourth split, where Reese Gardner, Kenny Kibbe, and Austin Belke will get you up to speed over there and cover what is happening with the last of our lower splits that we're covering here in the Majors 24. And then from them, the final 6 hours, we'll head back up to the top split and check back in on how the racing is going with the cream of the crop here in the Majors 24. And down the front stretch, yeah, it's up to 1.4 seconds. It definitely looks like Dan is much quicker, and that's both on old tires. Both of them last stop looks like it was fuel only.
Well, let me tell you, Joe, there's a lot of cream in this crop for this Majors 24. Many of the lap times of the top drivers in these the two lower splits off of split one, many of them could have competed in the top split had they gotten a better pre-qualifying. It's just, I mean, it was luck of the draw. It was performance of the drivers. I mean, there's a lot that goes into preparing for a race like this. And some of the drivers, some of the teams just missed out by fractions of a second. That's just the nature of the major series. The pre-qualifying is always, honestly, the most intense part of any weekend when it comes to competing as a team. And so it's no surprise that the same was true for this Majors 24. Over 500 teams attempting to make it into that top split, and only 50 could pull it off.
Well, and you talk about the talent that is here. Well, the first thing that came to mind, the 03 second place in the GTE class, Penguin RC Simulation, has Blake Reynolds in there, a black stripe driver, but on the oval side. And I do love that endurance racing tends to kind of draw in people from different disciplines, Michael. You see drivers who may not traditionally be road racers give it a shot to see how they fare, since it is less about that outright speed.
My brother is a big Dinger fan. He's like, oh, AJ's racing with you. Like, yeah, he is. He's in a prototype. I'm in a GT car. So with is not exactly the right terminology. We're on the track at the same time. So yeah, you find a lot of times the higher end drivers in NASCAR want to come and play, and I got to tell you, they're good. I mean, if you can take one of those NASCAR tubs and get it millimeters off a wall, a 32nd of an inch off of a wall at 200 miles an hour, then you can come play with us. We're happy to have you, because you've got some car control that is second to none, to be honest.
I do believe that actually Dale Earnhardt Sr. even raced at the Daytona 24. I believe it was in a Corvette. And obviously Jeff Gordon has done it a few times himself, and that's very wide. That is way off into the grass. Can he hold onto it? Yes, he can. And that is Jordan Sabaris that we're watching on board with in the number 77. Sorry, it was net code.
That wasn't net code,
yeah, that was definitely not net code. That was just driver error.
Yeah, you know, speaking of drivers who, you know, NASCAR drivers who have impressed, you know, high-end road course drivers, the Haas F1 team recently did a track day with their F1 drivers at the Daytona NASCAR road course, and had their Xfinity drivers take out the F1 drivers and give them a couple of sighting laps before the F1 drivers drove the NASCAR machines themselves. And the F1 drivers were seriously impressed with how quick the Xfinity drivers were in those tubs. And similarly, the Xfinity drivers were genuinely impressed on how quickly the F1 drivers adapted to driving those heavy machines around such a tight circuit. So
what's this third pedal for?
Yeah.
There are a bunch of drivers in the F1 field who have never had to drive a 3-pedal car. Well, I say a bunch. There are some who have never had to drive a 3-pedal car. So it doesn't take anything away from their ability. They are insanely fast, but it is a different beast when you have only a 2-pedal car versus 3.
And Kimi Räikkönen is going to be running the Cup cars at Watkins Glen this year.
Indeed he is. I'm looking forward to it.
Me too.
And many of them, though, choose to drive 3-pedal cars as their daily drivers. So there's a
I do. I race a car with a flappy paddle, but when it comes to my personal car, I have a manual 6-speed.
I would like to get a manual for my next car, but we'll see. Currently, it's kind of a drive what I can afford situation for me. So.
Well, talk about driving what you can afford. I want to take a look back in the GTE field, because this is starting to get close. We've got Justin Nassier in the Penguin RC simulation car. He's been closing down for the Project Dynamic Green car driven by Jesse Chisano. The Ford versus Ferrari is becoming very real right now. As we're on board with Nassier right now, that little glint of light up there, it's only 2.3 seconds ahead of him. Not too as an LMP car comes by, but not too long ago that was 8 seconds. I'm thinking before the end of this of this coverage of the third split, we may see a for real change in position from P1 to P2 in the GTE field.
It's varying between 1 to 3 seconds a lap faster for Nassier. He is absolutely reeling that in. So he should theoretically have a relatively easy time overtaking the 712. Now, shaking him could be a whole nother thing, because Jesse could maybe latch on to the slipstream potentially. We'll have to see. But yeah, we have got a race on our hands in the GTE class leaders.
So, this may happen in the pits, to be honest with you, because Jesse's gonna have to pit soon. He's on lap 12 of his stint. I'm guessing he'll pit after on this lap probably, and a second to 3 seconds faster per lap. He's got another 4 laps to go before his pit stop. I could see Justin making the pass during this, over the course of this pit cycle. It might not even have to be a pass on track, which would be ideal for Justin.
The sun continues to rise as well. We can see more and more orange in the background as the cameras pan out. We got just about 45 more minutes until official sunrise here in France. And then the happy hour will start to begin. And it's still 66 degrees. From there, the track will heat up once more. And the drivers will actually have multiple hours before they get to the checkered flag. 10 hours left to go right now that you can see in the upper left-hand corner. And coming around the exit of Arnage, he can absolutely see him now. It is 1.5 seconds between himself and that 712.
Closing it up very quickly through this last lap. There's been a huge chunk of time taken out. This is something that I think is going to happen on track unless we see Chisano make the dive into the pits this lap. He is on lap 12 of this stint, and they've been running 12 to 13, maybe 14 on the outside, but it's about 13 laps for these GTE cars as we watch Ford versus Ferrari coming to life once again. That Ferrari is closing it down.
Clock is ticking, boys. Not because the race is going to be over soon, but our coverage of third split's going to be over soon. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to see how this works out before we have to leave in about 15 minutes. And certainly pushing hard. You can see how much of the curb Justin is tackling as he came through the Ford chicane. 1.7 seconds, may have lost just a little bit as it was down to 1.4 just a bit ago. Let's see, do they have any lap traffic coming up behind them? Yeah, they got an LMP2. High G SimRacing is approaching. And it looks like CGC Motorsport Yellow also be up to the rear of their bumpers pretty quickly.
Yeah, and this, as we're watching the High G SimRacing closing up, I think he's going to try to be respectful of this race. He sees this is a race for position going on in front of him, tries to get up underneath, good positioning, not getting in the way of anybody, but actually helping out just a little bit because now Justin's got a little bit of a toe as they work their way down the Mulsanne Straight. But lights flashing, going around our GTE leader. And that puts Jesse also in a good position with a little bit of draft, hopefully making up a little bit of time. Oh, and he misses the chicane, has to straight line it. Still comes out ahead of the GTE car.
That's the 183 though. So yeah, that's the GTE car. It is still both of our leaders in GTE that are staying on track. It was 2 miles an hour faster down that straightaway for Nassir, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that starts to pull forward those precious feet that he needs. He's down to 0.6 of a second. Remember, it was 1.7 at the start-finish line. Now his toe is coming from his own rival. And
behind him, look out.
Oh, yeah, there's the other one I was talking about. Actually, no, that is Andre Wolf. No, that is the CGC. That was the one that I mentioned.
So, interesting, you said 2 miles an hour isn't a lot, but 2 miles an hour over speed over the course of 24 hours of what? It's about half a lap that you'd have that bonus. That equates to what? 48 miles? That's a long distance.
It is indeed. But that was just for that one straightaway. And this time it is Jesse who overshoots the corner into Mulsanne. Does not hit the wall. He'll get back onto the track, but without having to actually do an overtake, the 03 sees a mistake from his rival and is now multiple seconds ahead.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Jesse. We saw it was going to happen. The Ferrari was just a little too quick, and Jesse held on as long as he could, just trying to bring that car back around. I'm guessing he's more concentrated on getting fuel done right now, and just run to the end of his laps and hand the car over to somebody else like Nico Kexel.
Also, we've got Dan Neese in the Blue Chew Black car pitting in. Doesn't look like he's handing the car over yet. So he's staying in. I'm watching to see if he takes tires or if this is just another straight fuel stop for the 114. He currently sits in 5th, and he should be able to come out ahead of the next car down with his Team Challenge Racing. It is fuel only, and yeah, easily out ahead of 6th place.
Well, we're getting down to the end of our time here in this split, and Michael, it's been very interesting to watch this race unfold overnight here as we started with 2 hours to go until halfway, and we're going to end at 2 hours after halfway. And some big developments as Jesse Chiusano does come in to the pit lane. So unfortunately, just not the greatest in lap for Jesse, but very, very interesting developments over the course of these 4 hours.
Indeed, there are. The way this race has unfolded, that is a lap, that is a pass that literally took 4 hours to make stick. Now we'll see how things work out by the end, because we're going to see new drivers in there, but I think we're going to watch probably a driver change, not now, but before the end of the race. I expect probably putting Summer back in the car. That was their hot shoe early on, and my guess is that's going to be their finishing driver. But we've got quite a bit of time left in this race, a little over 10 hours, so anything can happen.
Absolutely, and we got to remember that it's about an hour stint, so they're looking at probably roughly 10 more stints before they get to that final stint. You can try and backplan it, especially at this stage. It's not too early to be thinking about that. Chiusano is heading back out. Nasir is now way ahead of him, but Justin will need to pit and give that back. It was fuel only, though, for the 712 cars, though no tires that time.
Right, and like you were mentioning, the Penguin RC simulation, they are on their 10th lap, so they probably have about 2.5 laps to 3 laps left before the end of this stint. But they are currently running a pretty hot lap. They are right on their right on the edge of the purple times through this sector, through this lap.
So we watch one of our LMP2s carry on.
Our leader, Alexander Lefebvre, who is currently leading in the LMP2, the safety car racing team number 7, currently 2 minutes ahead of IPM Red's Goncalo Narciso, who is going to be coming into the pits the next 3 to 4 laps. So currently in a good position is the number 7 car. They've been in the lead of the LMP2 race ever since we came on the air with split number 3. And still holding good command over this race for sure.
Yeah, Narciso has got some work to do, but at least is on the lead lap. Still haven't seen a caution yet since that first one in the first couple hours of split 3 here. And curious if we'll get any more, if that one is going to be the sole caution that we've had. If we do get one, unfortunately, that'll take us to the end of our coverage, as they will not be able to finish the yellow running before we have to take off. But obviously, if they do get that, that is going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons and completely shake up everybody's strategy and how the race is unfolding, especially since everybody who is on the lead lap of their class leader is now going to have a breath of life into a potential victory in their class. And just saw our lead overall go by Narciso, as Grimshaw is still carrying on. What does his pace look like since that incident? I know we checked in on it briefly, but he's look
pulling
like
some good times. He pulled a 12. He's pulled a couple of 14s. A lot of that is traffic. But also note that Grimshaw is the fastest driver in that car so far. He was able to pull a 3:10.5, and that is the fastest of all of his teammates. Although he has been in the car probably more than anybody else, so he's probably got a better feel for it.
And just remember, fair share is a thing in this race. So if you do not complete fair share, you will be disqualified by iRacing, not by the Majors 24 stewards. So.
Yeah, no getting around it. Either it is or it isn't. So it'll be an automatic disqualification handed out, and you cannot protest that at all. So got to be aware of who is doing what. And that is, I believe, by laps as well. Now, thankfully, they do have a rule that you cannot have a caution in the final 30 minutes of the race. However, if it gets down close to the end and you need someone that needs that fair share to make it official, Adam, you gotta be aware of that, because if they get a caution, obviously it's going to be harder to get somebody in the car and get the number of laps that they need if it's tight.
Yeah, absolutely. So fair share means that each of the drivers is required to do a certain amount of laps based upon how many drivers they have on their team. And the amount of laps that they have to do is based upon how many laps are completed by by your car in that race. And so if the fair share is often, you can have one driver do 50% of the race and still get fair share in for everyone else. But you got to be very careful when you get into those, heavily weighting the race in one driver's driver time favor, that you don't overdo it too much, and the math can get pretty complicated.
So, it can, but I do like that in the rules here, they do have the simplified version of it. And that this might make a few head spins, but it says a fair share is calculated as 1/4 of an equal share of the race distance. An equal share is calculated by simply dividing the number of laps by the number of drivers on a team. So basically, I guess the simple way to put it is split up what the even number of laps would be between your team, and then take 1/4 out of that. That's all you need to run.
That hardly seems fair.
It is what it is, though. And that's how iRacing has been since team racing was implemented as far back as, I think it was 2013 or 2014. I'm trying to remember. It's been so long now. And God, there was a time where so many of members were begging for team racing, and it seemed like a pipe dream. And then iRacing implemented it, and it changed the game for sure in sim racing, because it has made races like this be quite an adventure, and has brought many friends together as well. But unfortunately, if you've made friends with us, first of all, we're going to miss you just as much, but we got to do the rundown of each of our classes. And for the last time in third split, we'll mention that Grimshaw is leading. However, he had a bit of an accident and unfortunately lost some time, had to come in for an unscheduled stop. However, it doesn't seem to have hurt him too badly in the process, as he took fuel while he got the nose replaced and is still leading. Still a lap down is Tom Guest in the 674, the wasted NRG team, and is trying desperately to catch up, but has not had better pace than Grimshaw. Has been continuing to lose time on our leaders. That could change around. We did see them gain with different drivers earlier on, so we'll keep an eye on that. Speaking of changing drivers, we haven't mentioned Zenker took over for Hans Zeker in the number 919, the PCF Racing Neon. Still sitting in third, but that is the only LMP1s that are still running after we started, with 9 of them here in the third split. We'll see if all 3 of them manage to get to the checkers as we head off to Adam for the LMP2s.
Yeah, the LMP2 safety car racing team has been leading since we came to air in split 3. Alexander Lefebvre currently in that machine, leading by 2 minutes and 48 seconds over the now in the pits IPM Red, Goncialo Narciso. Now, it may seem like IPM Red hasn't made any gains, but you'd be dead wrong. They've made up about a minute and a half since we've been on the air. So IPM Red in a good position to gain some time back and possibly be challenging safety car racing team for the win by the end of this race. In third position, it's Prestanda Nomad 561 being driven by Jason Dilworth. About 37 seconds back of IPM Red, and that is after IPM Red gets back out on track. So that's a little bit of lost time there for Prestanda. But that being said, Quality Control Racing 69 of Tristan Teresiano is 18 seconds back of Prestanda. That's only gone up 1 second over the last hour. So a good drive right now from that Quality Racing team to hang on to that fourth position. Then we got Blue Chew America's Black with Dan Neese. Blue Chew has been doing a lot of passing of a lot of their fellow competitors over the course of this race. They're currently 35 seconds back of fourth position. What used to be a 6-car battle for third position in the LMP2s has now spread out quite a bit as far as our time is concerned, and that's all due to different pit cycles. But Michael, down to the GTEs.
Well, in GTE, it is still Ford versus Ferrari, but Ferrari is currently in the lead under the guise of Penguin RC Simulation with Justin Nassier behind the wheel, holding on to that with a very nice pass not too long ago. On track. So closing down beautifully onto Project Dynamic Green with Jesse Chisano trying to keep that car relevant and doing a nice job holding on to that position, just turning in some very consistent laps over time. Unfortunately, caught that little bit of off, went a little bit too deep in the at the end of the Mulsanne straight into the Mulsanne corner, and helped that pass happen. But holding on to that position and slightly out of pit sequence with the Penguin RC Simulation car. But going back into third place, did I mention the consistency? Well, I got to give it to Ziggy Schroeder. Ziggy has been incredibly consistent with just a couple of laps that were off, mainly due to issues with lap cars. Right now, Ziggy, if you look on your screen right now, that is the fourth place car in front of Ziggy. So sort of unlapping himself. So going up to the fourth place, we can just hold this same shot, but Ziggy doing a good job hanging onto the back of that Porsche, where we have our first Porsche. That's going to be Dominic Nökel in the WS Racing Esports number 220. So Dominic doing really good times, trying to get that car back into contention. Still in a good spot, still P4 overall, not a bad place to be at all. Although it looks like behind him, Ziggy is having some issues and getting some connection issues on that internet connection. Hopefully that does not stay around too long. Moving on down to fifth place, it's Pereira in the Rest in Peace Le Mans 24. That will be your second Ferrari in the field. It is once again a bookending of Ferraris, with a Porsche, a Corvette, and a Ford GTE in between them.
And that closes out our top 5 for each of the classes in split 3 here in the Majors 24. Again, we're leaving this split. We're heading off to split number 4, where we'll hope that you'll join our next broadcast. We'll put a link in the YouTube chat to help you get over there. Austin Belkey, Kenny Kibbe, and Reese Gardner will be joined by Zach Johnson behind the scenes to cover that split. There's still 10 hours left to go here in the Majors 24.
Whoa.